Okay. There's one. Nope. Still not up. What? Pep is back? Not really. I'm still dealing with some issues here, guys. Just so you know. I was able to get my stream going through a backup channel here, but I have no idea what's happening. Um, this really sucks. So my OBS got really screwed up by me authorizing that stream. So, man, this is so messed up. All right, well, let's do this. Um, God, okay, yeah, this is completely screwed up. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I still have no chat function, so that was obviously a problem. And then, yeah, I'm not live on Twitch, and there we go. Addressing tech issues. Um, yeah, because it looks like that yeah, as long as I stay live through YouTube, it seems okay. But yeah, for some reason, this right here. Okay, I am live on here. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, I guess we're address this together. Natch, thank you. Congratulations. Oh, don't congratulate me. This is still fucked. Like this is still completely messed up. I don't know what I did. Um, all I did, well, yeah, I know what I did. I enabled the option to do both streams, but at some point there, it's like it split my stream key because like my stream key all of a sudden was not being recognized by my encoder. So my OBS was essentially just being like, no, no, you're not live here. You're not live anywhere. And yeah, as I said, still not live over on Twitch, even though I'm a trying. And now it's saying that my live dashboard over on this side is not working and saying that the stream is not live. You guys can hear me, right? Can you hear me? Like, can you see me, or are you guys just getting a wait screen? Can you see me, or are you guys just? Oh, you guys can see me. That was weird. Yeah, you can hear me. All right. Well, I guess this is it. Yep, seeing here. Cool. Oh, look at that. My chat also got reset too. Man, everything got screwed up in this including my man, look at this. Okay, so my camera also got screwed up. Oh, great. Now it's not letting me even adjust this. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, folks. What is going on with this? No, no. It's just now it's not even allowing me to like adjust the stand cam or any of this stuff. Oh, there we go. You'll figure it out. Listen, I wish you guys understood that the fact, like, and I took this for granted. The fact that this stuff was running so smoothly was like the only thing keeping me not freaking out. and it's all the smaller shit. It's literally all the smaller stuff like this that's finally getting like this is what sucks is like everything going on in my life. I've been able to keep a face. I've been able to keep sane with it. Like I said, because this was one of the things that was going smoothly. I wasn't having many tech issues. I fixed my internet issues. This was like the last fucking thing I needed. It really was. I'm not trying to complain, man, but I have to. I got to get this out of my system while I can cuz this is so fucked up. I'm kind of this sucks. And I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. And now it's oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Now it's not allowing me to find my screen. That's awesome. That's freaking awesome, awesome. All right. Understandable freak out, go for it. This as I said, it just sucks. Like it's the last fucking thing I needed. And now it again, why can't sending support and vibes. Thank you. I fucking appreciate that. But yeah, look at this. Like my screen, I can't adjust this. It won't let me adjust my screen. Oh, I want to bash my head against this fucking keyboard. I know that that is not the way to do this, but fucking A, man. Don't understand any of this stuff. Yeah. Um, none of my friends do. That's what sucks. I actually just tried to get a hold of one of my tech buddies, and he has no idea. Like, he just has no idea. He's like, dude, technically, you're a better engineer with that type of thing than I ever could be. Um, so I honestly just I don't know what to do. I might I'm gonna chill here for a little bit, vent, figure the because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to figure this out. I literally don't know what to fucking do, guys. I went on Reddit, of course, trying to figure this out because that's where streamers tend to go and talk about this type of shit. But full disclosure, I did the steps that it told me to do, and it still is not working. So I don't know what to do. Why did I do this? Why did I even try? Why the fuck did I try to do this stupid vertical stream thing? You know, I knew it wasn't gonna work regardless, like because of the way that I do my stream. But this whole thing where it's like, oh, you might get more traction out there. I fuck off. God damn it! I should have listened to myself. This is so frustrating to be that way, like where you tell yourself not to do that, and then you're just whatever. At least you got some trolls. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. God, don't know how much that contributed to this. Because that could have been it. Who knows? Some jackass could have fucking hacked me. I don't know. This doesn't seem like hacking, though. This seems a lot like, something got messed up in my encoder. But here we are, folks. Here we are. So, hit the like button on the stream. God, can I even fix this? Because it's not letting me do that. Here, let's edit that. How about a thumbnail? Here we go. I can at least get the thumbnail up here. Really? Oh my God. Did you unplug everything and plug it back in? Yes, I did actually. I literally I restarted my internet. I restarted everything. No, this is just it's an encoder problem. So here we are. I should have just kept going with that fucking vertical stream. Like I'm pissed, guys. I am pissed. I don't know what the fuck I did. And like I said, this should be the smallest thing. This should just be a nothing burger. But here I am. Uh, God, you know, I hate this like perspective thing because it puts me back into the whole like zone of like, well, you know, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the thing where I start going like, oh, okay, I can't even have the one bit of my day that was set up, that was working out. Yeah, I just don't understand why this isn't working. Like my whole, what is this? Why is this not working? It's not letting me even click on my fucking camera. It's here. Let's see. Okay, so I can do that. What settings? Nope. Still won't let me. I'll move. I can move that. I can literally move everything but my camera. Fuck this. Does anybody else know about this shit? Does anybody have an idea of what the hell I fucked up? Because I don't understand why this is also so fucking huge all of a sudden. For what it's worth, I dropped a follow on Twitch, though I don't use it much. Oh, thank you. Oh, are you hapless disc? I was wondering about that because I got that follow notification. Like, someone in the know-how, please reach out. Yeah, seriously, because I don't know what to do, and fuck me, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. This is the first time. Dude, this is like hard reset. I guess, yeah, I guess that's what I have to do. Hey, free thinker, how's it going? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. I I'll have to do a hard reset. Like I'll literally have to uninstall all of my programs here and just like restart everything. Like, god damn it, dude. All because I tried a fucking vertical stream. Why? This is what happens when I don't listen to myself. This is it. Like, I'm glad that you guys get to watch me crash out though, because yeah, that's fun. Dude, I have to say, Streamlabs is such a garbage program when it does not work. It really is. Okay, let's try this. Because I know how great this is to just pop on here and see me bitching up a storm because I can't figure out my stuff. But realistically, guys, I can't do the stream if I can't move. Like, I can't move my screen. Can I move this one? Oh, of course I can. But this one, yeah, this one I can't. My main camera. You know what? Fuck it. I have an idea. Bye. All right, give me a second. Let's see if this works. Video capture. Source. What? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, that went well. Um, great. And now it's gone. Okay. You must be fucking kidding me, dude. Well, I guess that's it. I don't know. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, guys. I really tried here. Oh, hold on. All right. Here's what I'll do. Well, I wish I knew something about this. Yeah, unfortunately. Um, let's get rid of that. Capture card. Hey, what up? What's up, everybody? I'm trying to figure this out on the fly. I also lost my camera because it all froze up. So now I'm trying to add a new source. Let's see. All right, there we go. Okay, so this might actually have worked. All right, so far so good. Except, what the fuck is going on with this thing? Um, yeah, I appreciate you guys just hanging and listening to me bitch here for a second because yeah, this is so fucked up. Why is it switching between stream orientations? Why is switching between stream orientations such a cumbersome ordeal? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'll say this much. Yeah, because like this, I don't get it. I was having no issues like this. And on top of it, what the fuck is going on with the resolution? Default, custom. That ain't right. Let's try 19, 20, 80. Whoa, what the fuck, dude? All right. Well, I think this might have done it as far as getting this to work. Okay, one like equals one support. Yeah, it does. Yeah, guys, if you guys can help support the stream today, I really appreciate it. This is obviously not ideal. I love doing all my troubleshooting while I'm on stream because that's fun. Um, also love the fact that Twitch is just not working anymore. Fuck me, dude. I was worried this was going to happen, and I did not want it to happen on stream. But like, I was hoping that like my sync. I mentioned how I had a sync issue, or like a flat tire or something else. Anything else where I could have just freaked out about that. But this, fucking a. I need a break. Like that's what I need is a break. I just need the world to stop kicking me in the fucking balls. I really do. I have had such a bad fucking year as it is that like I said, it's just the small things. It's the small things that I'm just like, can we just can those at least work out, please? But sure as shit, here I go and get too big for my britches. I try something new, and this is what I have to show for it. I get fucked. Like I literally, I fucked up. Thank you guys. I appreciate the support, and I appreciate you guys being here. I also appreciate you guys checking out the vertical stream, even though it totally fucked up everything. Oh my God. I mean, it fucked up everything. I don't even know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm going to reset everything outside of literally deleting it all and just restarting from scratch. Let's see. Do I at least have this? Is it live? All right. Well, here. Okay, so what I can do is at least reset the title of this. Still dealing with this stuff? Yeah, man. I mean, I think that I'll be able to continue the stream for at least the duration of the night. Like I'm live, I have you guys here, and I figured out my camera issue where I can finally do that, but I also just realized that my resolution is ass. All right, what are we talking about tonight? What did I say I was talking about? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, the DEMS cave. Quick restore to last week. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do that after. Yeah, I'll finish stream tonight, and that's what I'll do. Thank you, Etch. Actually, um, here. There we go. But yes, I'm still dealing with this stuff. All right. Dems Cave, Party Revolts. Actually, here, Schumer Caves. Dems pissed. You're still I'm on my phone, so the screen is small. It just looks like the background is in focus and not you. Really? Just one more fucking issue with this. That's awesome. Yeah, you're right. That is really weird. No, no, you're right. No, I'm seeing it on the phone. The bigger screen looks fine, but yeah, I'm seeing it on the whatever. I'm not gonna. Okay, whatever, whatever. Honestly, had I just left it alone, I wouldn't be in this fucking position. All right, so full disclosure, I have got to smoke. Watchable FS. Wait. Are you saying that this is watchable? That like me getting angry is watchable? I mean, I hope so. Fuck. I mean, at least you get some entertainment, right? I am so frustrated with the lack of leadership in the Democratic Party. What the fuck are they doing? No, the focus thing. Um, yeah, I'm honestly, like I said, I wish I could be pissed about that right now. It's always like these, like that's where I do this. Like I get pissed off and then, um, yeah, let's do device default. There we go. No, no, that didn't work. I actually made it worse. I hope it gets better, Pep. Thanks. I appreciate that. Here. Okay. We're gonna do this again. I'm about to get it's about to get screwed up. Here we go. I'll just bring this back. Whatever. Being at 720p is not that bad. I will just leave it at that. I don't care. I don't care right now. I have to. I let's just entertainment, guys. Let's do the stream. I mean, I hope you guys are at least a little bit entertained about my crash out. I also do know that it's probably a little disconcerting because again, everything that's going on I have been able to keep my head on. And like I said, and this is what I was worried about, man. I've been talking about this in therapy, and I've been talking about this just with my wife, and she kind of told me, like, yeah, like if I kept doing that, eventually it was going to lead to a moment where, it'll all catch up to me while something small happens. I had a moment like that where I dropped something glass that I liked. It was not a piece or anything like that. It was a cup that I really enjoyed. Same thing though. Same thing. Like where I got so fucking mad that and then I just started like I just broke down. And somebody even said they're just like, "Wow, was it did that cup mean a lot to you?" I'm just like, "No, it was that was it. It was just the last thing I fucking need." Sorry I came in hot. I just got notified you're live and Kyle made some valid points. Yeah, I was gonna watch the Kyle video at some point tonight. I saw that he had some pretty good take. What is going on with this, dude? Oh my god. Streamlabs, kiss my ass. Just kiss my ass. Fucking kiss it. You fucking piece of shit, OBS. I've had it. I've had it with Streamlabs. The last straw effect. I know the feeling. That's exactly what it's exactly what it is. And I think I've been handling and dealing with everything pretty well, guys. Like I have if there's one thing I can pat myself on the back for is not crashing out, not giving into just full blown depressions. I have my days, but I've said this to you guys numerous times, and I mean it. Like this keeps me from really breaking. Like my stream has been able to help me do that. It was actually really weird. I was talking to my dad today about that, and he did bring up how, I'm lucky in that regard to have like a community and to be doing something like this, in regards to like the way that I have been handling the things going on in my life because I don't know, man. I was watching a movie. I forgot what the fuck it was, but uh like one of the major plot points was that like dude's mom died and it like the whole point of the movie was how it changed this dude like fundamentally as a person. And I kind of had a moment there where I was just like, Jesus, is that what I'm supposed to do? Um and I did actually like talk to my therapist about that, where I was just like, "Hey, is this wrong?" Because I really do kind of feel like maybe I'm not properly grieving, which trust me, I am. Like I still have my moments. I think I told you guys about the socks. And if you are new here or didn't hear that story, so my mom every Christmas and not even Christmases actually, like my mom was awesome. She would just always be a mom and just be like, "Well, I know you're not going to be buying yourself socks, especially like the ones that are a little bit warmer." She got me some nice flannel socks, and she got me a pair of some Scooby Doo socks, and you know, uh, this is why I say cherish everything with your friends, and your family because you just don't know. And yeah, I broke down. Like I had a massive breakdown over that where like I just started missing her, and yeah, I'm yeah. It finally hit. So maybe that's also kind of it. Like it is starting to catch up to me. Not that I have been burying this. I really haven't. I was a bit down a week or two ago, and your stream was a great, funny, and chill escape from it. So thank you. Oh, that means a lot to me. See, again, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to give you guys like a little, outlet so, we can all laugh and be mad together. And like I said, my thank you to you guys is allowing me to have this outlet and to do this. And this is where it sucks. I want it to be more of a chill stream. I want to not freak out, but god damn it, dude. Like this is where, and I hope you guys like be honest with me, guys. You can tell me I'm silly. or that I'm just being like a whiny little bitch. It's fine. But it is something as simple as like the vertical stream where it's like I was prepared for it. I was excited for it too because realistically, this is why I brought up AG. I talked to him about it not too long ago, and he was telling me like how he saw a massive improvement in his numbers through through doing both, which his works seamlessly. So I think that I'll be making the transition to whatever program he's using. Um, because he has both Twitch, YouTube, and the fact that he's able to run vertical and horizontal the way that this advertised that I was going to be able to. Um, yeah. Did not foresee this coming though, where all of a sudden, and I mean all the important shit was just reset. Like again, my dude, my stream keys. Oh my god, dude. Which I'm not sure if you guys know this. When you stream, you have stream keys that like YouTube gives you. It's special to everybody, right? Um, yeah. I somehow all of my stream keys got messed with, all of them. So yeah, I'll figure that out. Like you said, Etch, I think that you actually might have had the main um the main answer here is I'm gonna just do a system restart and hopefully, yeah. I miss my mom every day, but I also feel like I've shaken out the depression rut and stagnation, caring for my mental health. See, that's where I'm at. I had such a good weekend, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Um, I was able to really focus on some things that I wasn't able to before. Um, I was able to, really focus on my wife's health and getting her better. Um, and also, like I said, get out of a rut that I was in. So, good luck. I'm a PC tech, but don't stream. See, that's funny enough. That's one of my buddies. He's the same way. I hope it works. Like I really do. Um, with my luck though, because I did have to fuck with the stream keys. Like I don't know. I suppose very worst case, like I said, I uninstall and then I go back and I just I just start from scratch, which thank God it's not like I'm restarting a YouTube channel or anything like that, which knock on wood. Um this is also the reason that I have my Twitch to begin with is you guys know what's up. It's more of a just in case. I still can't believe that I did that. Like, damn it. And I'm glad that you understand the straw that broke the camel's back mentality here. Um yeah, the key could be corrupted by the restore. Prepare for that. Damn it. It's going to be. I can already tell because yeah, I had to do that to even get on here. Fuck. Yeah, dude, this sucks though because it is so weird that it's allowing me to do this, but it's not connected to my other stream. Wait, is this saying that I have two up? Oh my god. Come on. Oh, it is. Holy shit. Okay, so my bad. I had three different streams that were in the waiting room. Oh man. Oh, no wonder this was also those keys are not supposed to travel in time. Oh, I know. I know. Like I said, it's more along the line of, you know, this is where I feel like a little bitch. I'm gonna be honest. This is it right here. Like it's just like quit complaining, like quit whining. Here I am. I'm streaming. It's okay. you know, I'm uh I'm here. Let's see. Can I get at least my Wi-Fi going too, or my Wi-Fi? My lo-fi. You're still King Pep. Thank you. I appreciate that. Happy little trees. I need to paint. Honestly, I do. I think that I'll do a painting stream coming up here. Because I have an easel. I just got the itch to do like a Bob Ross type thing where I want to create my own, like, I was just watching him yesterday. And he was actually talking about that. Where he says this a lot on his show, but he emphasized on this one that he's like, when you don't make, mistakes in a world that you're creating, it's your world. You can do whatever you want with it. So even if you do make a little misstep, you just kind of blend it in, and you can make it part like that. It's why it's not it's a happy little accident. It's not you never make a mistake in something where you're trying to have fun and make your own little world. And that stuck with me. That definitely stuck with me. Okay, my frame rate is awful. That's it. I've got to fix this. So can I at least do that as opposed to demon summoning Bob Ross? That was very funny last week. I did have a great time with that. Here, let's try 1080. All right. And then what I can do is, there we go. 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 I fixed it. I fixed it. I looked it up. I fixed it. Waffle pies. Nothing bad can happen. It can only,
At waffle_pies,
Lego
$5.
streams can be chill too.
Nothing
Hell
bad can
yeah.
happen. It can only good happen. Lego streams can be chill too.
Do I have a feeling that, wait, are you, new here? Or are you a reoccurring visitor that also, likes to talk Legos? Because I was about to say, oh, hey, it's one of our friends here. But yeah, Lego streams are totally chill. Yeah, I got that piranha plant down there. I got that from my nephew. God. I just realized he's at that age, though. He got that for me last year. That by this year, I'm wondering if he's even into Mario anymore. That always sucks. As like an as an uncle, where you get excited about your nephew or your niece is getting into something that you're into, and just as quickly as they got into it, they are already out. That shit sucks. Although my niece, she just got into wrestling, so that was cool. She had a nice little moment where she's like, Uncle Charlie, have you heard of Rhea Ripley? And I was just like, have I heard of Rhea Ripley? Like, let me not tell you the nickname that is her thing. Her whole thing is call me mommy. Yeah. I was worried about connecting with my nephew, but Pokemon saved the day. I'm hoping that my kid nephew gets into Pokemon, because I have a little thing set up. So the Pokemon Museum is coming around to like they're doing a tour, and they're gonna hit the museum here in Chicago. So I want to take him to that, but I'm not 100% sure if he's into Pokemon yet, which that would be a problem. Which I could also say that would probably get him into Pokemon, but we will see. Okay. Go. Stands all better. Also, pepper hat. I didn't know where to put it, so there we go. He thinks the old games are the ancient past. The problem is they kind of play that. Well, they play like shit. Like, realistically, I like the 3DS ones the best because as far as like the turn-based combat and everything, it still felt not new, but it felt like a novelty. Whereas playing Arceus and then ZA, and then going back and playing like Scarlet, like, dude, they're so rudimentary. Like, can Game Freak get off their ass? And this is where I will say, like, the PAL World kind of criticism, it does have some merit where it's like, I'm not looking for like the top of the line graphics. I don't give a shit. I don't need Pokemon to look like the Ghost of Tsushima or whatever. But they can add textures. They could also, I don't know, add a jump function. Because like that's why I praise ZA. ZA was pretty solid as far as like the interface and just like the way that, you know, your characters react to everything. But then they had to go in, they had to make it the jump function something incredibly just convoluted and dumb. Where it's like, you have a Rotom thing, which a Rotom is a phone that, well, a Rotom is a Pokemon that can turn into any electrical device. So in the world of Pokemon, it could literally be a washing machine or a cell phone. Mostly cell phones. And yeah, it's just, ugh. It's really annoying. You can count all the pixels. In the spring, I played through Pokemon Blue on my giant TV. That was a trip. Nice. Yeah, I have Pokemon Yellow going on my on my Switch. Love pixel graphics. I mean, I grew up with that shit, so I understand that. I also understand like the novelty of it. I really appreciate like younger gamers that are going back and they're playing these games to see like, oh, okay, like this was coded with love. But I also know the reality that is a lot of, you know, kids. They see old graphics or cartoony graphics. Like, you have to have a reason to have that, which, again, Pokemon has a pretty good reason. It is steeped within those, like, that cartoon world. But still, no excuse to, just to cheap out the way that they do on certain things, where it's just like, God, you would think that they would have learned from this, but no. Anyway, today has kind of is, yeah. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I kind of feel like you guys gave me like a mental hug because I was definitely in a bit of a, I was not doing well. I'll say that much. I was not feeling good about anything. I'm still not really feeling great about this because, again, looking at this dead chat screen right here saying that my chat has been disconnected and unable to connect. Yeah. Let's see. Can I maybe do something with this? Oh, still saying that YouTube is not connected. Whatever. Dead Cells is a good modern game with beautiful pixel graphics. Oh, nice. I played games with shit graphics when I was a kid. I am not doing it now. Well, again, it's not all about graphics. I can wander around an open game for months. Actually, that's where, like, Sonic impressed the shit out of me. If you guys haven't already played, oh my god, Sonic Frontiers. It's so vast. Like, I wasn't prepared for how big that game is and how pretty it is. And the music, fucking A. Like, that whole soundtrack it's relaxing as hell. Like, it kind of has, like, the lo-fi kind of vibe, but then there's also just, like, dare I say, better role-playing music than like a Final Fantasy. Like, the combat music was, it's awesome. But yeah, I'm the same way. Like, Grand Theft Auto 5 really spoiled an entire generation of people, where that was the first time too where I was like, wow, because I played GTA 1. Yeah, and top down 1 and 2. 2 was weird because it always felt like it was so much smaller than GTA 1, but it was a better game. So, but yeah, it was so short. Damn, the shark card. Oh wow, you played the first two? Yeah. Yep, PlayStation 1. And then I got Grand Theft Auto 3. That was one of the first games I got for my my PS2. It was that and Sons of Liberty. Poliwag is my favorite, I think. It's just so cute. I love how everybody has their favorite Pokemon, and usually it's different than like the starters. Let's see, because I've said that my favorite non-starter Pokemon is Pancham. I'm a fan of GTA speedrunning, just the classic 3D ones. Nice. Oh, like San Andreas? Excuse me. One more. There we go. This is a Gen 1 crowd. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Pancham's not Gen 1, though. I just saw Pancham, like, he's so cute. Little panda dude. He's got an attitude, and then, he's got the little bamboo, like, cigarette. I always like that. And then he turns into Pangoro, who is just, you know, one of the more badass Pokemon. I'm over 35, yes. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Didn't realize you went live again. I mean, this is literally an emergency type of stream. Was just chilling in Visora's chat. Nice. How's she doing? What's she discussing? Probably something a lot more serious than my stuff. It was kind of funny. Somebody did mention Visora because they were watching this space thing, and they kept saying, they're like, yeah, who's that girl that just like, she was very you know, set in the conversation she wanted to have, but it's like it didn't work for a panel show. It's like something that she should have been talking about on her show. I was just like, I guess that's a fair assessment, but none of us were really talking, so show scares me every time. Oh, discussing the shutdown caving. Everybody's already, you know, can I beat that dead horse any more than it already has been? Fucking A. Because, yeah. All right. I'm pissed off at Chuck Schumer. I already hated the guy. I already don't like Democratic leadership. I think that it's kind of funny that even Hakeem Jeffries was a little taken aback by that. And here we are. You know. Here we are. Oh, Dick. Fucking Dick Durbin. He was part of that. I'm smoking, by the way. I need to. I just realized I was 3 minutes early. Crap. But I needed to. Sorry, I couldn't wait anymore. I said in this chat I was afraid they were only keeping this up for the election and would have when elections were over. Huh. Well, okay, so realistically, I'm going to say this much. It couldn't go on for very much longer. And I'm not giving Chuck Schumer or the leadership any leeway here. I want you to understand that. I'm just going to stipulate what I think their mindset was. Whether I agree with it is a totally different thing. Oh, I feel better. And I think that's the holiday travel. I think that there was already reports about the FAA cutting flights. And then you saw a bunch of pushback from a bunch of independents. So the Democrats started thinking, oh my God, if we do not end this shutdown now, the holiday season is going to be fucked. And they're going to blame us. Like, I don't know. I also think that Donald Trump may have said something behind the scenes to them that it was like a shakedown, but we needed to shut the effing country down. No, we did. But then again, there's a double-edged sword, too, because Trump was enacting a bunch of his Project 2025 bullshit, and he needed that to happen in order to do it. I think it was the threat of ending the filibuster. They're going to do that anyway. Like, Sam kind of said that on the Majority Report today, that, what's to stop them from doing that? And then the Democrats get to feel like real silly gooses. Like, no, at least they did us this favor where, yeah, we get to now just bring up how feckless the leadership is, and how, now it's time. It's finally time. Let's ruin the holidays. I mean, again, I throw my hands up in this one because realistically, my holiday season is fucked anyway. Like, I don't even know if I want to decorate, guys. I don't know what to do. My mom would want me to. She was really big into Christmas, but dude, I went and got my cats a scratch pad, right? And the only scratch pads they had were like Peanuts Christmas, and it fucked me up, man. I don't think I'm gonna do well this Christmas. Like, the holiday season's already depressing enough, but god damn it. It's not even about that. If we go about the holiday season by next year, we will be in lockdown. I hate the wintertime change. It's been dark for like 2 hours already. Yeah, that does suck. It sucks when I start streaming, then, like, for my first, like, bathroom break, I go upstairs and it's completely dark. Yeah. That does suck, but I'm also very acclimated to winter. I'm not a hater of winter the way that a lot of people are. It's the way that, like, the snowpocalypse yesterday was going to hit, and I was just like, all right, cool. Everybody was freaking the fuck out. They're just like, I didn't winterize my snowblower. It's like, dude. Yeah, I got a neighbor who has no business having the size of a snowblower that he has for as small of a fucking, like, a driveway he has, where I don't get it. But whatever, man. I wish I could work my work hours for daylight savings time so I can log off at 4 p.m. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, it would be freaking really nice. Again, Waffle, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. I just realized that I never updated the phone. What? You've got to be kidding me. Now it's saying that this isn't. You know what? I like colder months. It might snow here next week. I gotta say, yeah, it's snowing places that you wouldn't expect it. There are flurries in Tennessee. My dad calls me. He's just like, yeah, I'm thinking it might be time to go on a nice long vacation. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Mexico for like 2 months. It's just like, what? Must be nice. Fucking A. He's just like, it's getting a little chilly, you know? is this now saying? Understand this. What? Chili pepper. Nice. You know, it's the little things like that that get me. Also, if you guys haven't already hit the like button, I really appreciate it. Helps the stream out. Helps me out a lot. You guys know how it goes. The algorithm, it's fickle like that. So if you guys truly do enjoy the stream, hit that like button. Free for you. Big deal for me. Makes me like you a little bit more. Even though the secret is I already do. I already like you folk. You folk. Alright, folks. There's 14 people here. Let's get them likes up. All hail the algorithm. Yes. Hail the algorithm. Now, this is what pisses me off, is every time I do that shit, like, I'll see somebody new pop in here, and I'll just be like, alright, let's try, and then, like, I wish I didn't have to do that bullshit. God, do you know how nice it would be to just, like, have a radio show? Or, like, God, it was my dream. Have a producer, to have, like, to be able to talk about what I want to talk about within reason, because, yes, okay, so I have to do a few ad reads here, or I gotta, you know, maybe cover a subject or two that I don't want to, but fucking A, having just a salary and not having to worry about that and not have to seem so beggy. Because that's what sucks. Like, I do feel beggy about it. But realistically, what got me to start paying for, like, a lot of the content on YouTube was me realizing how much time I put into it, and where I'm just like, you know what? Yeah. Like, I watch maybe 4 shows on these fucking streaming sites that we pay damn near fucking, in some cases, damn near $20 for a month. Yeah, did you see that shit? They're increasing all the streaming services again. Fun. So yeah, with that, it is kind of nice where, like, yeah, just giving a few dollars here or there. Like, I like Twitch's way of doing it, where you can just subscribe. Obviously, you got the Bezos bucks, so that's always cool. Which, by the way, guys, I know I'm not live over on Twitch, but you guys can also do 35% off of gifted subs this month. So, or actually until, like, January. I have, like, 70 unclaimed. So, if you guys are looking to help the channel out and want to gift some subs, that would help me out a lot. Also, you guys can gift memberships here. That also helps me out a lot. Some people come on here talking about, like, the how much I make versus what YouTube takes and all that shit. Don't worry about that. Like, honestly, the way that they have incentivized a lot of this stuff. If YouTube Premium goes up, I'm gonna riot in my slipper socks. Tinkerbell, I don't know. I'm gonna riot in my slipper socks. I don't know why that wording just hit, but goddamn, that was funny. Because I could just picture it too. It's just like, you made me get out of bed for this. No. Oh, fucking A. That's like making my my grandma so mad that it's like, you're making me come outside in my nightie. God, I think there was only one time that ever happened, and funny enough, she did go out there with a gun. So it was her in this fucking, like, moo-moo holding a fucking 10 gauge. Yep. There was a drunk boyfriend of my cousin showed up. My grandma, to give you the full picture here, she was a larger woman, but she was short, right? She was about maybe 5'6", pretty stocky. But she had a perm, like she had your classic grandma perm. But she, yeah, yeah, she comes out fucking packet. If you've ever seen Winnie the Pooh, where he's in his PJs with the pew pew, totally reminded me of that. She might as well have had the stocking cap. And yeah, my cousin's boyfriend came over, yelling for her, all drunk. She just comes outside with the fucking dude peeled off real quick. Yeah, my grandma was no one to fuck with. Like, she was awesome. One of my favorite stories was, my grandma, like, anytime that, like, something went wrong in our house, my dad would call my grandma, as far as, like, electricity. And I was always like, that is weird, because, like, so many times it wasn't just changing a light bulb kind of stuff, too. Like, I remember she replaced our fan. She fixed the condenser on our fridge. Like, she was a badass. And then I found out that she actually was a certified electrician, not by trade though, because not sure if you guys know what night crawlers are, but they're like these little rods that you like stick into the ground, and like they're supposed to like hit a ground, and there's they shock all like these little wormy things in there. So or they're called night crawlers, and I just got the rod part like wrong, whatever you call that. Either way, she was doing this and she electrocuted herself, and she never wanted to have that happen to her again, so she went and became a certified electrician. She also knew how to rebuild a motor. She rebuilt a motor on a 1968 Cadillac. Yeah. She was stubborn as fuck. She was the ultimate, like, don't help me. I got this. That was her. But simultaneously, like, such a sweet lady and like the best grandmother. Like, she was so good to me. Yeah, like, I got very lucky in that regard. Like, anytime that I would read like a Spider-Man comic and he would talk about Aunt May, my grandma was very much like an Aunt May. But she also taught me like real lessons, you know? And she would always tell me about that too, where she's just like, today we're gonna learn how to like simple things, you know. God, what's like a few of the things that she's taught me? Pretty much everything in the kitchen, as far as just how to make anything. All started with her. She taught me how to make eggs properly. And she was very much of the mind of, like, if you knew how to make an egg, you know how to make anything. Yeah, she was the one who taught me how to change a tire. She was the one who taught me that was funny too. My dad was kind of pissed about that. That was one where he was just, you did what? I was going to teach him that. That's supposed to be a father-son moment. You took that from me. Like, well, yeah. We did have a moment where she got a flat and she was just like, all right, let's go. A bit like my mom. Nice. Yeah, my mom was not like that. My mom was very soft-spoken, artistic. She was a dancer. She was actually a professional ballerina. Danced with many famous ballet companies, and then she got into she tried stand-up, but she didn't. She even says she's like, she didn't like it, so she went into improv groups. So she joined Second City, and she did pretty well. She was on stage with Steve Carell at one point. Like, he was kind of like the teacher, and then she also like, there was a crossover. One of my favorite pictures of her is with Steve Carell and Stephen Colbert. And Steve Carell had this giant beard. He kind of looked like he did in Evan Almighty, but this was well before that movie was coming out, so. well before he was famous. Fuck. This was in Bucktown. But yeah. Don't know where I was going with that. I just was kind of reminiscent about how badass my family was. Because yes, rest in peace, Grandma. Rest in peace, Mom. This is where I do say, always try to, like, again, with nieces, nephews, your kids, it's the stuff that they take with them forever, you know, and I've heard this from a lot of my friends that have parents or have kids that are parents is what I meant. But they somehow miss this. Like, they miss the important messages where it's like, you know, taking them and teaching them about acting or like trying to get them into something new. Yeah, I always kind of feel like they sometimes miss that. Is all good. Rest in peace to all lost. Yeah. Yeah, is it weird that even though I'm not a Christian, like I did have like this little bit of peace with my like my mom dying since, well, actually, full disclosure, my mom and my grandma did not get along. My mom hated my grandma, and my grandma vice versa. So, yeah, it's not like that gave me a lot of comfort. But when my dog died, I had comfort there, just knowing that my mom was kind of there for, you know, if there is anything like that. But hey, this is where I always say, you don't need to shit on people's belief system. I used to be about that, and you know, now I genuinely just don't know what I was trying to obtain there. Like, I don't know. Like, did I think I was going to be right? Did I honestly think I was going to change someone's mind to the point where they were going to leave an entire belief structure? Oh, I was watching Prometheus last night. And that actually kind of like, I was thinking about that. Because the entire time, it seems like David and the robot guy and one of the crew members they're always trying to kind of dissuade the scientists, who ironically are the ones that are like the religious ones there. That movie freaked me out for good reason. It's a freaky ass movie, also with a very unlikable main character. Oh my god. And Elizabeth Shaw is one of the worst characters in all of Alien. I cannot stand her. She really, like, for them being like these archaeologists, they are just certifiably stupid. And then dude gets all butthurt that, you know, we came all the way here to find this message, and we thought we were going to meet God, and then we didn't meet God. It turns out that these people were dead. They're not only dead, but they were dicks, and they were trying to destroy us. It's like, yeah. Surprise! I don't know. See, this is where I'm going to sound mean here. It's kind of how I feel when I have somebody in my life, like, kind of not necessarily leave their religion, but do the, is this how you think? Is this how, like, okay, I can, this is pretty specific. It's only happened once to me. But I did have a friend going through a major crisis, and, yeah, it was weird. They called me and they were like, is this really how you think, man? Because, like, how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you live every day just knowing that everything could just be so meaningless? I'm like, I don't know. I do. You know? Even if it's meaningless, at least I'm having as best a time I can in the moment that I'm here, you know? Too many people live their lives for like this. Like, that's what I don't like about like any religion, especially one that emphasizes, you know, the gift of the afterlife. I think that is so dangerous. Some are not ready to be awakened. I get it. Yay, existentialism. I mean, hey, is this a little bit too much of a heavy topic for the evening? Because I don't necessarily want to crush anybody's spirits or dreams or anything like that. Because I mean it. I mean it. Like, that's one thing I took with my mom's death is how much she needed that. And if my dad kind of said this, and my dad's not one to be poetic, trust me, but he did say that in her belief system, she had not only a great ending, but she's walking with God. And I'm like, ah, man, damn it. Like, fine. You got me on the one where I'm like, I hope that's the case, but now, do I believe that? No. The point of life is to enjoy it. That's not meaningless just because there's not a supernatural afterlife, in my opinion. Well, it's because people think that they're going to have this magical reflection point. This is why I always get mad at people that like act like having kids is somehow making them better than myself, who plans on not having kids. Because do you know how much of a fucking condescending asshole you have to be to genuinely think that you have more of a meaning in life just because you popped out a fucking, a little crotch goblin? Like, come on. Jesus Christ. Plus, it's also negating the realism of, like, the people that have kids that absolutely hate them, or the ones they absolutely hate their kids. There's so much of that where it's just like, God. I know. I'm a curmudgeon on this one. But again, you can only be told that you're never going to understand love until you have a kid. Like, I was told that so often by my own father, where he's just like, you're not going to know true love, like actual selfless love until you have a child. And then I was like, what if I don't have a kid? And then he like kind of got stumped there because I was just like, yeah, so you're telling me that I'm not going to have the fucking capacity to feel true love for anything or anybody? Only that baby? Please. I understand the biological aspect of it, where there's a literal change in brain chemistry the second that the kid comes along, yes, and the fact that it's not entirely biological, because this happens to fathers as well. But people internalize so much toxic shit about parenting, I think it's largely cope. Yeah, I know. Do you know how many times I've broken somebody down and gotten them to just admit that they wish they didn't have kids? Like, fucking A. Because, like, they think that just by the merit of admitting that they're not exactly jazzed about being a parent, that somehow that means they love their kid less. Which it's like, no. And I understand that. My dad used to tell it like this. There is a fine line here, because my dad used to tell me this to my face. So I was about, God, 13? Yeah, I was like 12, 13 when he started saying that. Where he's just like, he would say two things to me, where he's just like, I love you, but I really don't like you right now. It's just like, oh, cool. And then, yeah. Oh, no, Pep. Oh, what? Sorry. I know, hot takes. Actually, hold on. These are the spicy takes. These are the spicy takes. Saving up my superficial Skynet. Family, or for my superficial Skynet family, available in 2032. As I said, Pep and Parenton. Uh-oh. We're there, folks. And I'll tell you one more thing. No, I'm dead serious, though. Yep, get the glasses. Glasses are out. And I'll tell you one more thing here. And I mean this. So, when I had this conversation, and it was with a work colleague, and I had just met her like that day, but we had to spend, I think it was like 10 hours together. So, by the end of it, we started talking about family, and, she went a little too hard. Like, I probably shouldn't have gotten the full details about her divorce, and the fact that she had a 9-year-old daughter who drove her absolutely batshit crazy, that she's like, I love my daughter, but if I could do all this again, I can tell you right now, she wouldn't be here. I was just like, oh, damn. But the thing is, I told her how I'm like, that's refreshing to hear, though, as somebody that doesn't necessarily want kids, because I always get, told the other side of that, where it's almost like they need and I say, it's the misery loves company thing, where it's just like, they want you to be as miserable as them. People just had kids without thinking about it. I mean, I think so. I mean, they still do, but, I think only 2 people I know planned on their kids. It's okay. So that one, I've never liked the whole planned, unplanned thing, because when you find out that like most kids are unplanned, especially like in the Christian community, yeah, no, that'll fuck with kids, man. Like I've seen, I had this. I literally had this. So my mom, and this is toxic, and I understand the problematic nature of this. But my mom used to pull that, where she would tell my sister, where she was just like, oh, your brother, we did plan on having him. And they used to tell her, it's like, you were more of an oopsie baby. And that's the exact term they used to use. And I was just like, you don't think that fucked with her? And then she just even admitted that to me recently, where she was just like, yeah, that was really fucked up. I'm like, yeah, it was. Who the hell tells their kid that, especially when they're very young? She was like maybe 6 the first time that she got told that. It's almost like you would rather be told you were adopted. Like, that's pretty fucking rough. Just gonna say, I don't regret having my kids. I regret having them so early. I wouldn't tell them that, though. Yeah. Well, and that's where I wish more people were honest, because, like, I have a friend that had she been honest with her daughter wouldn't be a 15-year-old with a fucking 1-year-old. Like, and honestly, the reason that that's even a thing is because she went hardcore born-again Christian, and she's like super, super, super anti-abortion. But, I'll say this much. Lives in Tennessee and really contributing to the fucking, the culture there. My mom tried to spin me being an accident as not an accident, and I knew it was bullshit. I was told it's never really an accident, so I interpolate from that I wasn't an accident. Sorry. You're just like, so I was. Yeah. I asked my mom once, I was old, and she was like, shrug, just not a big deal. Well, again, I don't know, man. No one plans for twins. Germ, good one. That is true. That is true. I got twins in my family. Happy little accidents. Bob Ross. Tennessee's 7th is an important race right now. Accident lives matter. Well, listen, I'll say this much. Like, even though, like, I may have come across as, like, yes, very, very judgmental. The only reason I'm judgmental of her situation specifically is because of how she was before. Like, dude, you can't go around being holier than thou and then simultaneously, and like telling everybody how great your kid is and how godly they are, and then all of a sudden she comes home fucking pregnant at 14. Good job. And with that one, I do have to kind of like go like, okay, what was missing from that? And this is where I get a little pissy, where they're just like, don't judge people, in their situation. How would you feel? I'm like, people did judge my situation constantly. They judged my mom. They used to call her crazy to my face. Like, fuck off. Bad example on that one. I don't know. Because of the school I went to, too. I watched 2 girls that, I was kind of friends with. But yeah, same thing. One of them got taken out of school specifically because of how embarrassed her parents were, though. So, there's shit there, man. Yeah, I ended up having twins, and now they tell each other the other one was an accident all the time. That's legit funny. My favorite one, so, as I got twins in my life, and, yeah, they'll look at each other, and my favorite one is one of them was born, I think, like 2 or 3 minutes before the other one. So they always just say, like, you know, I'm older than you. And I just constantly, like, no. I think it's because the other one's taller. And, like, there is this little bit of a rivalry there. Oh, I mean, little bit. What am I talking about? Oh, I just said YouTube die. That was weird. Okay. Great. Internet issues to boot. Woohoo! We're really rocking tonight. Sitting here and having a pretty intense conversation, and yeah, all of a sudden my YouTube is just like, nope. I graduated with 40 people. Like a quarter of us were pregnant or already had a kid on graduation day. Small town evangelical culture be wild like that. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even really grow up in a small town, but I did go to a private school that had very similar turnout like that. Yeah. My graduating class, so I hate to like be so stereotypical about this, but it is true. So the valedictorian and the like all-star basketball player in my school, excuse me. So we all knew that they were a thing, but she looked like, I don't know, man. I called this before anybody else, just because she came to school one day and I was like, I think she's pregnant, and everybody was like, oh, how dare you? Oh, come on. You're really gonna comment on something like that? I'm like, yeah, because I don't know, man. Like, there's weight gain, but then there's like, she looks pregnant. Sure as shit, turned out she was pregnant. And yeah, they ended up getting married at the like end of that high school year. They're still together though. That fuck was wild when I found that out. In what capacity? That's a different story. Because yeah, the writing is on the wall where it's like, oh, so you're telling me that so they don't live together. He is in none of the family photos on her side of, like, you know, social media, and again, vice versa. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm one of 3. Yeah, I'm like one of 3 people in my entire high school class that does not have kids. Yep. Anyway. I'm also one of those guys that, like, I don't hate kids, so, you know, I've run into that where people, like, I've had this conversation and it's going great, right? And we're all like, yeah, right? But then they're just like, yeah, kids really fucking suck, don't they? Like, and then they start going on a tangent. It's just, all right, no. It's like, honestly, no. Like, I like seeing, like, the wonder and just, like, how, you know, they perceive the world. Like, that shit's cool, but I don't know. I'm not that kind of hater. Our valedictorian hid her pregnancy for 7 months. Like, as soon as she finally told her dad is when her belly finally popped out. Yeah. Wow. That's kind of crazy that, like, in Texas, you guys had, well, I mean, then again, I was very Christian culture, so, it's not, all right, maybe not that surprising. Maybe it's the fact that like, this is why they were really, like, hell-bent on selling Texas to us. Like, in my school, man, damn, They were all about it, trying to get us to move to Kentucky, Kansas, and Texas. They were always about that. They were just like, yeah, you guys should really check out property there. And I remember we were in an econ class and they were talking about like moving down south and how the dollar goes a lot farther down there. Blurry, blurry, blur. I don't know. Like I said, most people that I know are happy that they have their kids. You know, they're actually like good parents. Is there anything worse though when you kind of know that one of your friends is a shit parent? Like, that kind of sucks. No state income tax is pretty sweet. I just wonder where they get you on that one. Like, after I found out about the Virginia thing, it just makes me wonder. Also, like, where's the hit there? Like, because there has to also, like, I'm not talking about, like, an insurance hit, but what is lacking that you guys aren't paying for? But then again, I'm not going to stand on my high horse because, unfortunately, I don't live in a perfect society. I don't live in a perfect city. Every time that I get excited about some of our leftist politics and politicians, you know, I get a nice little dose of reality where I realize, like, our local city councils are run by either Republicans or just totally corrupt Democrats who are dinos. They're Democrats in name only. They're only there so they can continue being aldermen and just make money. Like, it's all power grabs. Property taxes is where they make up for it. That's what I thought. Although, you know what? Property taxes are insane here. Like, I pay insane property taxes, income taxes, we pay sales taxes. That's the thing that does suck about, like, Chicago, is we have them all. And everybody brings that up when they, like, move here, where they're just like, Jesus. It's like, you guys don't really catch a break, do you? It's like, oh yeah, Texas is the least insured state, and the state doesn't want to do shit for disaster readiness and infrastructure. The roads are well maintained, but nothing else. Huh. I mean, the fact that the roads are maintained. Yeah, we have a problem with that. But then again, I have to take it with a grain of salt that we also, we rely on a lot of federal funds for that kind of stuff, because, like, we give subsidies to, like, this is what sucks right now, is the way that Trump is strong-arming the blue cities like New York and Chicago specifically with, you know, money allocated by Congress, which I do think is going to solve itself. But yeah, it kind of sucks because other people were like, yeah, we should have planned for that in our state budget. I'm like, you don't get it, because, like, we are believe it or not, like, we did the right thing and we sent the money that's allocated for other states to other states, and we didn't, like, really play around with it, even though we should. So yeah. As soon as you cross over into Oklahoma and Louisiana, it's like the car starts rattling. You know, okay, that's, hey, quote our friend. To quote Rogan, I will say, that's a real thing. That is a real thing. Because, yeah, we got some pretty shit roads, man. And yeah, fuck, I just realized. Because I've been putting off getting new tires. I'm not that bad, but it's getting there. I did have one, yeah, during the snowstorm yesterday, I kind of skidded. I was like, I think it's time. Is there anything worse, too, where you're just like, I'm so fucking, like, not ready to do that? I went to Oklahoma today, so I'm salty about it. They have herb money now; they can fix that stuff. Well, and that's like again, if in the perfect world where that money is properly allocated, you do find out how much of it just goes to one fucking person who then uses that as an excuse to give them friends a federal contract. And then they sit there talking about how, the government is paying for their nice little subsidized life, even though they don't claim subsidies. And they don't have any reason to. I've seen it. Unfortunately, I've seen it. So many, when people talk about small businesses, the first thing I ask is if they have federal contracts. But I also don't want to overgeneralize. Oh, man. That's nice. Stream is at least doing something today. Okay, so note to self. I'm going to have to restart all of this to get Twitch going again. That sucks. Yeah. Crap. Man, that fucking hurts. Yep. Okay. I guess that's the final verdict on that. Jesus. All because I tried something new. Still can't believe I did that. Anyway, I'm gonna stop bitching about it. Let's start this fucking show. Let's start by talking about some things that we can collectively be mad at, and I'm not just sitting here pontificating about the stuff that is bothering me. Although I will say this much, if I'm not able to figure that out by tomorrow, that's gonna be issues. I think I will be, though. Oh, oh, wait. I was about to say, this space is fine. Yeah, honestly, I think I might just swap over to StreamYards. Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you, Natch. I appreciate that, because, yeah, this sucks. I don't understand how it all got fucked, as bad as it did, though. Enable dual output. Yeah. We have learned that it just doesn't work. Because here, now I'm getting a notification from YouTube. Dude, YouTube's mad at me. Hold on. Yes, hold on. I have to confirm this real quick. I think that it thinks that this is not me, because I had to restart it with a new key. Oh man, I kind of feel like any other day where you're logging into something on your own device and you're just like, yes, it's me. It's me. Two-factor is great until it runs into this problem where you're just like, oh, great. All right.
Do you all remember the joy, the high?
All right. Let's talk about this. Let's watch this video together. Specifically because I think that Chuck Schumer's days are numbered. It really seems like this one was the final nail in the coffin for his career. But the 8 other people who, again, they don't have to worry about re-election. So that's where I'm going with my theory that they didn't want to be responsible for flights being canceled, and they had places they wanted to go and wanted to make sure that they're going to be able to get there. So is it that selfish? Is it that shitty? Is it just that stupid? More than likely. So the Democrats caved.
President Trump doubling down.
Are you serious? Wait a minute. Now YouTube's giving me a problem.
I'm done with.
Yeah. Great.
And now,
So you're telling me that all of this
Thing right now.
reset? That's fantastic.
Most search category.
Great. Great. Awesome. Fucking A, man. Why can't this just fucking go smoothly today? God damn it. One more fucking problem, then I'm out for the night. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna fix this one on the fly, but holy shit. The problem with that is I'll end stream and then I'll just sit here thinking about it. All right. Yes, I already did that. Thank you. Here we go. Reset. There we go. Fucking A. Pep is on a knife's edge. I really am. Yeah, I haven't been in this position, I don't think, ever on stream. I think this is the first time that you've seen me this angry. Because again, when I'm having my little blow up, or like my my little rants, you know, it's all fun and games. This shit, like, this is almost damn near existential, where it's like, no, it's fucking with me.
Do you all remember the joy, the high that many of us felt after last Tuesday's crushing blue wave elections in which Democrats overperformed by extraordinary margins pretty much?
Yeah, it's already over, and we already feel like shit because they are masters at reminding us just how fucking just awful they are at their jobs.
Everywhere. Do you all remember the fear and anxiety publicly expressed by Donald Trump
If this is all you got, we're going to be
himself
good.
and other elected Republicans as they began to dread even more the upcoming 2026 midterms? Do you remember how it felt to have a ray of sunshine
Yeah, I do, and I'm glad that you're about to literally piss on us.
in an otherwise
Cool.
very, very long, cloudy day of American politics? Well, I do, and that memory is fading because of what happened last night. 8 Senate Democrats voted with Republicans to end the government shutdown in exchange for
Is the House going along with this? Yeah.
effectively nothing. And we have to talk
Yeah.
about it because, folks, we can't keep doing this shit. We can't do this shit anymore. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support
Yeah.
the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go.
But I like how even, a guy like Josiah, who I don't think he considers himself a leftist or a centrist or a leftist. So, okay.
All right, folks, let's just jump right in just in case you haven't heard. 8 Senate Democrats voted with Republicans to end the shutdown effectively on Trump's terms. Mediaite reports, here are the 8 senators who broke ranks to join GOP on shutdown-ending deal. You have Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. You have Senator Angus King, an independent of Maine who caucuses with the Democrats. You have Senator Catherine Cortez
Yeah, Dick Durbin's there.
Masto of Nevada. You have Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada. You have Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. You have Senator Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire. You have Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat of New Hampshire. And you have Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. Okay, they voted to end the government shutdown. If you want to see faces, there they are. Tim Kaine, Jackie Rosen, John Fetterman, Shaheen Hassan, Hassan, Angus King, Dick Durbin, Catherine Cortez Masto. Okay? They broke ranks. All the other Democrats voted against this, but these 8 were sufficient to tip the balance and allow the Republicans the filibuster-proof majority they needed to reopen the government. This is not good. It's just not good as far as I'm concerned. Now, they have their rationale. I will try to steel man the case for them. We'll get to that. I know many of you are thinking they need to be primaried, and I agree they need to be primaried. But just to provide some context here, Shaheen in New Hampshire is retiring, and so is Dick Durbin.
Calls himself a
of Illinois.
progressive.
They are no longer seeking re-election. Okay. I will also point out real quick as far as their primaries, as Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News notes, Catherine Cortez Masto, she's not eligible until 2028. Hassan, not up till 2028. Shaheen is not running again. Kaine, not up until 2030. King, not up for 2030. So we will all need very long memories. Okay. It's not like they're up for re-election in 2026, the upcoming midterms. Okay. So if you're pissed off and you want them to be primaried, you have to keep a little bit of anger in your heart to sustain you for the next 2 to 4 years. Okay. Keep that in mind. Now, again, we will give the justification, the rationale for what they did, but I just want to give you a sense of the backlash here. As Mediaite reports, oh, fuck off. Democrats rage a pathetic shutdown, betrayal, and mass backlash. 8 members of the Democratic caucus who backed a late-night deal aimed at reopening the government and ending the 40-day shutdown have ignited backlash from inside their own coalition.
That's why I have this thing where if they're going to announce their retirement, then they, at that point, immediately should there should be special elections.
With critics slamming the move as a pathetic surrender. The shutdown, the longest in U.S. history, had been framed by Democrats as a last stand over health care. Okay, the reaction from top Democrats across the country was fury. AOC says the average monthly SNAP benefits is $177 per person. The average ACA benefit is up to $550 a person per month. People want us to hold the line for a reason. This is not a matter of appealing to a base. It's about people's lives. Working people want leaders whose words mean something. Chris Murphy, Democratic senator, says, I got back to my office after the vote tonight and recorded this. There's no way to sugarcoat what happened, and my fear is that Trump gets stronger, not weaker, because of this acquiescence. I'm angry, like you, but I choose to keep fighting. So let's hear what he has to say.
The vote hasn't closed, but it looks like 8 Democrats have joined Republicans to vote for a temporary reopening of the government for about 2 months, but a bill with no protections to stop the coming healthcare disaster in this country caused by Donald Trump's premium increases, nor any provisions to meaningfully stop Trump's corruption and his illegality. You can see how tired I am. I've been here all weekend. I've been working throughout the past few weeks to try to prevent this moment. After the elections on Tuesday, it just became absolutely clear that the American people do not want Democrats to be bullied into submission. They want Democrats to fight for their health care. They want Democrats to fight Trump's illegality. Bullies gain power when righteous people yield in the face of their wrongdoing. I didn't want this shutdown. I want it to end, but not at any cost. And of course, I wish that there was a path to saving this democracy and saving people's health care that didn't involve pain. This shutdown hurt. It did. But unfortunately, I don't think there is a way to save this country, to save our democracy, without there being some difficult, hard moments along the way.
And he goes on like this, but we have more to talk about, but he's obviously extremely upset. James Tallarico, who is a Texas Democratic legislator now running he's running for the Democratic nomination in 2026. John Cornyn is the Republican incumbent senator, so if he wins the primary, he'll be going up against Cornyn, or whoever wins the Republican primary, I suppose. But he says the moment demands fighters, not folders. Official statement from James Tallarico. Any deal that kicks 1.7 million Texans off their health insurance isn't a compromise. It's surrender. Governor Gavin Newsom said pathetic. Governor J.B. Pritzker said this is not a deal, it's an empty promise. Trump and his Republican Congress are making healthcare more expensive for the middle class and ending it for working families. Time for Democrats to stand tall for affordable healthcare.
Yeah. Well, enough with just the fucking platitudes, dude. Do it. Stand up against guys like Chuck Schumer. Quit doing this fucking shit where it's like, tut, 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 tut. Oh, really wish you guys didn't do that. Oh, isn't that too bad? Well, I guess this is the new framework that we have to work in. Oh. Screw it. Yep, that's where we're at. Yay, Democrats, they suck. News. Breaking news on Pep Talks, guys. Democrats are feckless assholes that don't know how to get anything done. Anyway. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. The fact that Dems are leading us to ruin. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they could be called leaders. I mean, dude. If this was not like the most obvious, they had this planned. Like this was like they made a deal. They either made a deal or they were literally told by Trump, like, yeah, this is going to be so much worse for you for this X reason. Or they had an internal poller that came out and said, this is not good for you. Despite the fact that it's not good for them on the other side. Whatever. We have a primary coming. We have primaries coming up, and then we have the fucking the midterms next year. So if we can't do this, honestly, guys, I don't know. Then what? Like, this is where I'm with him. We had what? A week? A fucking week of just being like, yes, everything seems to be changing in the direction that really benefits us. But then Schumer magically is just like, I wonder what I could do to help people like Zoran Mamdani. I know. I'll just give up all the leverage I ever had. I'm such a good deal maker. I'm Chuck Schumer. Fuck off. These people can't fucking get it. This is why I don't think there's a God, people. Right there. The Dems are acting like nothing matters. Shock Pikachu face. Nothing matters to them. They are rich and comfortable. Nothing short of them all getting thrown in the forever gulag will. He's folded so many times. He has creases. Chuck Schumer, you folded so many times, you look like my chinos. Oh, man. The big thing is, I don't want to add too much to this. Like, Kyle Kulinski already had his meltdown. We just watched, Josiah have his meltdown. And, what else am I gonna add besides what we already fucking know? Like, fuck these people. I don't even get to really vote against Dick Durbin. I just get to try and put a new progressive in there again in 2026, or is it 2028 for him? Because I think he just got reelected. God damn it. I threw that asshole a vote. This is where we're at. It's a long road to victory. We need to keep at it. Well, yeah, this is why I think they did this on purpose. This was like as obvious as the way that they're trying to distract us from the Epstein files, which, again, they did. Let's just be honest. They fucking did. Nobody's talking about it anymore. They've squashed all of the fucking upcoming votes on this. Like, honestly, I'm just getting very tired. I'm getting very tired with this. Okay. Well, it looks like very worst case. I do have somebody that has a little technical knowledge that's going to walk me through some of this later, so thank God. Okay. Well, that brought me back down. All right. So I need to pee. I need to reset. So what's going to happen here is when we celebrate the 420, which technically would have been at 8:20 here. All right, so tomorrow's more. I'm gonna do my This Space stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a little bit later because I'm gonna have to figure this out. So, very, very worst case, it's gonna be at 8 p.m. and I'll go a bit into the night into Wednesday. Because yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, I will not be sleeping well tonight until this is all cleared up. last thing I need. Y'all double up and smoke 2 at 840? You can if you want to. I'm not going to begrudge that. Man, I lost an entire hour on stream. I just realized that too. Okay. Okay, well that's great. How old is my computer? Not old. Not old at all. It's not my computer. No, I know what I did. I fucked up. I don't know how much this makes sense to even you, Etch, because like even if you work with computers, my buddy that I was just talking to, he said this to me before, where he's like, you technically know about all this stuff way more than I do. He's like, I know the technical aspects of this and know how to walk through it. He's like, but, you know, when you're talking encoders and all this stuff, he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So what happened is I used the new feature on Streamlabs that lets me do a dual version of a vertical and horizontal stream. What happened is when the vertical stream got set up, it changed my stream keys, like for everything. So everything got fucked up. Happy 420. And that's where we're at. I'll be honest. If I was in a better headspace and wasn't already like halfway through like doing the stream and also getting a little pissed off at the fact that the vertical stream wasn't as great as I thought. Yeah. I think it would have been a little bit different, but the new feature is probably a plugin to OBS. If that can be removed, that might fix it. Well, it's not going to fix the problems that I'm having now where it reset. Like, no, what sucks is I'm going to have to pretty much reset everything that, you know, allows me to do this live, which... Is it doable? Yes. Is it a major pain in the ass? Yes. Like, this is where I feel bad. Like, I know that I'm just beating up a dead horse here. Nay, damn it. Nay! Nope, that horse one is about as dead as it can be. Full rigor mortis. All right, political nightmare. Eaten on public's view of the economy under Trump. Yeah. Alright, fuck it. I want to laugh. You got some apples? Perfect. Well, you know who else likes apples? Sam Cedar. And Sam Cedar had a really, really fun show today where at the end of it, I'm sure that some of y'all were listening, he played a clip from Actual Friends, which, if you didn't know, it's a show with Dr. Drew Pinsky, Russell Brand, Dave Rubin, and somebody else. I forgot her name already. But, yes. They were commenting on some clips on this, and this bit was absolutely hilarious. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's, as I said, I need this. I need to laugh now. I've had a bit of a day. Dr. Drew is still a thing? Yes, he is. Yes. And he's as much of a doctor as Dr. Pepper, but...
It's already on. So thank you guys for playing that. But I don't know if you have this Peter Thiel quote. I wrote it down. I saw it this morning. and it says he's communicating
Dave Rubin
with
jump
David
scare.
Sachs and a couple other guys, warning
Oh yeah, I should have warned you guys. My bad.
about exactly what Julian just said.
So we've cited Charlie Kirk and Peter Thiel. Okay.
Oh, we should also say, I think he's about to say how Peter Thiel felt that democracy is a problem. And that's how you get women voting, and that's a problem. Because people ultimately go to socialism because, I mean, is that the quote that he's going to do?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
All right, so my favorite part is I need to explain this to you guys. They saved this clip for Sam to see, so his reaction is so organic.
And he said, without a stake in the system, they will turn against it, meaning young people. Not only they see no stake, they see no future, they're turning against it, and they know not what they do. They do not, because we're not teaching history, we're not teaching people how this works, we're not teaching economics, and they're
When you call a show actual friends, that's a sign of the
turning
opposite.
against
Yep.
it.
Russell, help us.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Ever done anything?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my god!
What?
Jump fucking scare.
Oh my God! I'm sitting here in my mind going like, okay, Penzi, like he's saying they're all conceding that
Why is he naked?
capitalism has failed everybody, and then so let's go. I've heard from both you two. Now let's go to someone who's completely insane. What is
Russell.
he doing? What is he doing?
Oh
Did he
my
just
God,
wake
dude.
up? Did he not know this was happening?
As somebody who used to be a fan of Russell years ago, I think this might be somebody who is completely checked out of
Yeah,
the sort of, I guess, bet he's made for himself.
Look, we're actual
the
friends.
dangling cross
Dave.
makes it so much
It looks
better.
like he's checked into the Four Seasons.
It's honestly, it's like I couldn't even be bothered getting up. Like I honestly.
Like,
the-
it
the
used to be he
fact-
wouldn't
yeah,
put a shirt
I
on. Now he
mean-
won't get out of bed.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean that's a whole new level. I have
well,
to say.
we should say like kudos at least because it looks like the shades are up. So at least he's got. He must have like one of those buttons by the bed that opens up the curtains.
Help us here.
Hold on.
Has this man ever done anything? And is there any chance this doesn't go horrifically awry?
What is going on? Why would you show up to your appearance on your show like this? He saw Kyle posting shirtless from bed and thought he would try it. Well, I was gonna make a comment about that before you did there, but that did not work out.
Wait a second.
This is old. This just happened today.
Do you think Zoran's lazy? He couldn't even bother to get out of
Picker Slim,
bed.
how you doing?
With a show. Is this the first time they cut to him at the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
Like, how does nobody go, hey, wait a
They
second.
do have an intro.
Hey, Russell, what are you doing?
That's kind of yeah. Why wouldn't a producer just be like, so Russell just showed up. We really should not put him on air right now.
Nobody says anything about it. Like, this is completely normal.
I like how Dr. Drew clearly had like tech issues, so they had to delay anyway, and Russell still
Dude,
like maybe I'll get up and put a shirt on.
that's so. Oh my god. So they got done with Drew's thing. They're like, all right, woo, we finally got Dr. Drew up. He completely lost internet and cell service. That is crazy. Then all of a sudden they're just like, all right, we got Russell. God damn it,
He's probably
Russell. Fucking A.
doing us a real favor by
Can
having
you what?
like the crop
It's like,
shot to his
we're
head.
going
yeah.
live. It's just
Also-
like, just do it.
Is there
They
a
all feel like I do today, where they're like, fuck it.
camera person there? Like, I don't understand who's holding the camera. Is that his computer? Is he just doing this? Like, pretending like he's not looking at the camera? Like, what is going on?
Why would you show up to your own podcast looking like
Did
you
he
own,
set up a tripod for this?
what, like you clean hotel rooms?
Oh my God. And then, of course, Dave is just like, no, of
okay.
course, this is typical.
Dave is thinking, how long do we have in this guy's contract?
You don't even say, like, Russell from his bed, I guess we couldn't get up today. Just blows right into it.
For the last 20 or 30
Aren't you just a nice person?
years,
Everybody say hello to the nice person.
Politics and show business have sort of meshed with people in show business, and perhaps we're the beneficiaries of this to some degree, opining on political matters, and politicians being required more and more to fit into the category of a good communicator. So the sort of depth and freight of his political career are less important than what he represents. If I was to try and look at this optimistically, and I'm going to, I would say that it's an ideologically driven victory. And it shows that people are invested in change. It shows that America remains a country with a broad spectrum of political opinions. And one might even argue that all of the people that detest the, by their own reckoning, the monarchical and megalomaniacal Donald Trump, a socialist Muslim mayor has just been elected in New York. So that would serve as a salve for people that have hysterical doubts about the tiered democracy within your, and I hope one day, our country. So what I would say is
we don't know you like that.
Hope is what it represents and means. Is that people are invested in politics. People do believe in change, and I think there was always going to be a kind of a reaction to Trump and MAGA and the division.
Do we think he has pants on? No.
And that this country's experienced in the last.
Dude, you show up to. I mean,
few election cycles.
He couldn't even put his shirt on.
I don't know, man. What kind of impact?
Did somebody call him and just be like, "You had this. You do have a contractual obligation." He's like, "Fine."
Just Bill de Blasio,
I won't get out of bed.
Giuliani, Bloomberg. You can all tell me you've lived in New York. I've only lived there for 1 year of my life. So I'm hoping that it's a good thing. And I'm glad that your country is a real democracy that has diverse political outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, just to be completely clear, I think this is going to be an epic.
Pause it on every second. Let's just say, I mean, this is amazing because everything that Brand said was completely sort of like reasonable, and it is driving Ruben insane. And I mean, for all we know, Brand just came out, K-hole, and couldn't get out of bed.
I've made some horrible
but
mistakes,
I've made some,
innit?
yeah, right. I've had some real clarity here. And
I don't know where I am anymore.
I have some real clarity, and what's make a big difference. And then he goes off to say to name former mayors whom are household names: Bloomberg, Giuliani, De Blasio. Probably not as much, but certainly everybody knows who De Blasio is. I mean, so it's going to have a real impact in one form or another. And Ruben is really, I think, questioning
what are we
his
doing
actual
here?
friends. Let's listen to
premise
this.
of the show.
Fantastic. Yeah. Who's this other woman in the bottom?
That's Sage Steele from ESPN.
Okay.
I'm hoping that it's a good.
You can see David's forehead tightening.
He is really mad.
He is challenging that Botox in his forehead.
Glad that your country is a real democracy that has diverse political outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, just to be completely clear, I think this is going to be an epic disaster like we have never seen in America. I don't even think there's any question about it. I was in New York City.
Apparently, there's 5 people who just questioned you on your own show.
This is the worst episode of the Brady Bunch I've ever seen.
This is like, I just don't understand how he's shirtless lying in bed and nobody's like even acknowledging like this is weird.
I mean, come on. It is something that we would all acknowledge. If I was on a panel show and just like Letterhack showed up without a shirt, actually it'd probably be Jake. We'd all just be like, are we going to address shirtless Jake?
All dressed up, and we have a half-naked guy.
They're selling fear prop.
I think he's done that. Wait, he did that on the wrestling show.
Propaganda in their suits. Wait a minute. He's naked. Being like, I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Already been there.
It looks like he's on the set of like Heaven Can Wait or something like that, but like, like all white, sort of just floating in the air. This is amazing.
Jake would still wear a tie.
To just see what it's like when friends get together and just have conversations.
It really is. I mean, I like this. In fact, on some level, he's really the one who's really the only one following the sort of premise of the show. It's like we're all just sitting around on FaceTime, and I think he's holding the phone up.
He is.
All right, let's just let it roll a little bit. I'm going to have to go home and watch this entire episode.
grandparents and great grandparents that lived in New York City all my formative years. I lived there for 20 years ish, something like that. I was there during 9/11. I remember what it was like under the last sort of self-proclaimed Democrat socialist David Dinkins, when we stopped going as a family. We stopped going into New York City because it was so bad with drugs and homelessness and crime and everything. So my grandparents and great grandparents would come to us in the suburbs, and then a scary guy, Republican by the name of Rudy Giuliani, came in and basically cleaned it up overnight. And then he handed it off to Mike Bloomberg, who largely just continued his project, and New York City had 20 incredible years. Sage, I think you're with me on that.
Yes, and you guys know me. I'm a glass half full person. I'm an eternal optimist. And this, not for this, like, because you have to look at the facts, you have to look at the history. It is one thing for a Democrat to win. It's another thing for a socialist to win, someone who, as he said, he is unapologetic.
I have a feeling.
I refuse to be apologetic about that. Great.
Well, that's the. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She's shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
That's the biggest. That is one of the real dangers of democratic socialism, the unapologetics. And
God forbid.
If you get those, I mean, first of all, I know a lot of people who have dealt with unapologetics around the house, in their family. Very difficult to deal with.
Man, I've got so much good time with friends there. I don't even need to go to brunch with my actual friends. It's the substitute.
Friends, it's quite the most. It's the most defensive name I've ever heard for a podcast. It might as well say, unlike you, Joe Rogan, who won't invite any of us back on.
Exactly.
Sam
Harris.
Yeah.
502 Drew.
I still can't believe that fucking Russell Brand. It's so weird that we live in a time where that dude, like, oh, wait a minute. And Matt, he brought up a good point. Like, you're facing the allegations that you're facing, and you, that's what you wear to your stream? Oh, that's a choice. Mom Danny. Mom Danny. Mom Danny. What's his face? Carville. Carville was saying that. This Mom Danny character. God damn it. Why can't that get, again, what, of all the people, of all these long, like, people with long lives, there have been so many redemption arcs that, should not exist. I mean, okay. Someone likes seeing their words on screen. Let's see how long that lasts. Aliens living incognito on Earth. You know, that used to sound crazy to me. But now, I don't know. Is it weird that there's just some times where I'm like, that wouldn't surprise me. You know? I've always been like one, like, just mental breakdown away from just being like, you know, fuck it. They were right about the deep state. Now, are they in denial about what it is and the fact that it's just like, it's so obvious? It's just a bunch of these billionaire fucks getting into governance and just stealing from everybody. But here we are. Cool. Wow, someone's jealous. Okay. Do you have anything like substantive? Or, I mean, this is existence for you? You come here in my stream with, you know, my community. But really? All right. I somehow ended up watching Amazing Lucas yesterday, and apparently he is against Trump now. Oh, really? No kidding. That is... Yeah, it's news to me. So, somehow ended up, popped up twice. Oh, popped up twice on my end here. That's right. Because I have stupid YouTube Studio to thank for that. Here. Refresh. Oh my god. Oh. One more technical issue. I'm just like, one more. Anyway. Nobody wants to hear about your shrimp, dude. Got some weird ones tonight, guys. That's alright. Who cares? You guys get bored? Drop the hammer. I don't care. That other guy that we had in here, what was it, on Friday? That dude was interesting, to say the least. Or was it Thursday? Either way, the guy that was just like, beep, beep, boop, motherfucker. I called him a bum. That one, that was so fucking funny. I don't care if you're like a troll. That was fucking hilarious. Came in here with a name with like, what was it? And something. It was and in random numbers. And I'm just like, this is a bot. And then, yep. Yes, that is how you retort to a bot accusation. Hell yeah. No, that was that was a lesson for sure. And then, yeah, we actually had a pretty good conversation. Because that was weird where he was... Tinkerbell, I think it was you who caught on. Where you were like, no, this is like something that I've seen other bots talk about. Being like a Democrat that isn't with the party anymore. And this is how they usually engage. Which... all the signs were there. All the signs were there to tell us, yeah, you know what? I think that this guy might not be here in good faith, but... or even a real person. All right. What do we got? Inside the MAGA Civil War. Maybe we're all bots. Well, that'd be disappointing. Is anything real anymore? Ugh. All right. Let's take a look at the MAGA Civil War that broke out. I know that we kind of covered this a little bit last week, but it got worse. You know how they have those YouTube clickbait videos that are always saying it got worse? Well, yeah. Actually did. He sent you a dono, so he paid the annoyance tax too. Yeah, that was funny. One of you guys even said, like, I apologize for the mean things I was saying. That was really funny.
And now to the brewing war within MAGA over the future of the American conservative movement. It comes as far-right influencer Nick Fuentes recently recorded a cordial interview at the invitation of Tucker Carlson that more than 5 million people have viewed. This
All right,
is
the guy next to Nick Fuentes looks like he would like Nick Fuentes.
Same Fuentes who was once barred from nearly every social media
Dude,
platform
what is
for
with these guys?
violating hate speech policies. The conversation the two had has sparked backlash.
They all have really pointy faces.
From a number of prominent conservatives. However, other leading conservatives rushed to Carlson's defense. Now, as the Washington Post puts it, the fallout is still resounding more than a week later as conservative media figures and influencers choose sides or try to heal a rift that they view as a threat to the cohesion of the Republican Party. The latest op-ed in the Los Angeles Times by our next guest is highlighting this growing division. Contributing writer Matt Lewis contends that some Trump loyalists are now objecting to MAGA's, quote, white power
The Groypers are convalescing.
element.
Yeah.
Matt joins us now. He's an author, columnist, and conservative writer. Matt, the fact that we're even talking about a quote unquote white power element is, I think, concerning on its face. But this is also something that's persisted within MAGA over the course of the last.
I like how that's an aside now. What? What fucking time are we living in?
Last 10 years.
Jesus.
I mean, I remember covering when Trump himself had.
Yeah, it's kind of alarming that they're, this openly racist. But hold on.
Dinner with Nick Fuentes
What
at the
the fuck?
invitation of Kanye West just a few years ago, November 2022 at Mar-a-Lago. Why was this not a conversation then, and what's changed now?
It's the Mountain Dew. It damages the face bones. Hey, I drink a lot of Mountain Dew. Hey.
Look, yeah, I think you're totally right. I
Mean.
mean, part of it is that Donald Trump has actually been a really good friend to Israel. And so people who care deeply about this issue can comfort conservatives who care about this issue could comfort themselves and say, look at all the great things Donald Trump has done for Israel. Donald Trump's daughter is a Jewish convert. That's all true. But
Yeah.
the same thing at the same time in the last decade, we have seen the conservative movement really metastasize, and we've seen it become, basically infested with people who have illiberal ideas, who don't really buy into democracy. Some of them are monarchists and others are white supremacists and Holocaust deniers. And the problem, I think, is that this is really growing. Oftentimes it's under the radar. But one of the groups, the Heritage Foundation, who got in trouble for initially speaking out and defending Tucker's interview with Fuentes as being, quote, robust debate and discussion as opposed to laundering these horrible ideas. Apparently, according to some sources at the Heritage Foundation, a lot of their interns, something like 40 to 50% or something, agree with Fuentes, which is really stunning if you were around the conservative movement, like, say, in the George W. Bush era.
I think even around the conservative movement right now, I mean, this is not the kind of thing that we should see our mainstream parties embracing in any form or fashion. And I think that's the concern when you
His eyes are quite wide apart. They are.
talk about statistics like the one that you just mentioned, when you talk about that leaked GOP group chat that featured members of the party from
Yeah, not you say it. Him and Candace Owens, they could have a staring contest.
New York down to the South. I mean, that's the concern, is that this small faction might be ballooning to take up more space within the party, and that conversations like these might normalize something that the party itself should abhor.
Sid the Sloth, look at
I
it.
think the larger thing to me, and what makes this topic interesting, why we were drawn to your op-ed in the first place, is what this means for the party going forward. Because you're right that this is something they've been grappling with for the past 10 years. I mean, Donald Trump saying after what happened in Charlottesville, that there were good people on both sides. I mean, this has been a debate. But what happens when Trump is no longer at the head of the party and you're watching the party only now start to grapple with, what do we make of this faction and what does it say about us as Republicans?
I mean, I think it probably gets worse, not better. I was giving a speech last week, and a young man came up to me dressed like a young Republican. He looked like he could have been a young Republican in 2005.
Having eyes like that are good for self-defense. Can't be suppressed.
And he said, every single one of my friends listens or watches Nick Fuentes. They don't all buy into
Yes, it's like an iguana. All of a sudden,
everything he has to say. But the problem, of course, is the exposure. I mean, the conservative movement and the young conservatives, it's not Bill Buckley, it's not Ronald Reagan. It is Nick Fuentes who actually is the one of the premier voices. And then
we're being mean to this guy.
Tucker Carlson, you throw him in there too. And look, I think just recently we've seen people like Ben Shapiro, I think, step forward pretty bravely and say this is wrong and try to stop it.
Go to hell.
But, Ben Shapiro was a supporter of Donald Trump. And so I do feel like it's one of this weird scenario where there are people out there who helped kind of build this
He's going to lick his eyeballs.
monster. And, this MAGA monster. And now they're seeing, look what we've created. It may be too late to stop at this point.
I think the open question, too, is like, does it matter that MAGA leaders, thought leaders online and on podcasts are actually kind of fighting with each other over this? And does it actually have any kind of political or electoral impact? I guess we're going to see what we end up seeing come the midterms and beyond. But I think that's sort of an open question as we head into this next phase of MAGA, where Trump himself is not going to be on the ticket and will not continue to be the leader of the movement. I think it's a stark contrast when we watch the way that Republicans are grappling with their future versus the way that Democrats are doing so, because I want to get your thoughts on that side of the coin, because on the heels of redistricting wins in California, Governor Gavin Newsom was in Houston, Texas on Saturday to rally with state Democrats. That visit came after California voters, of course, overwhelmingly approved a plan to redraw congressional lines, a move directly targeting Texas's new congressional map. During the rally, Newsom criticized President Trump, who had pushed for Texas to redraw its districts.
We're dealing with an invasive species by the name of Donald Trump. He is an historic president, however. Historically unpopular president.
Dude, how do you say that with? He's got no riz, dude. None.
Why else? Why
He's
else did he
negative
make that
riz.
call to your governor? Why else did he feel the need to rig the election before even one vote was cast? That's just weakness.
He's not wrong.
Weakness masquerading as strength. That's Donald Trump. And he had a very bad night on Tuesday.
Matt, I feel like
can't with this dude's eyes. What the fuck? If I drew him on a picture, I'd be like, "Oh, I fucked up." Oh, no, hold on.
First of all, these are not the same, right? There are such stark differences in the ways that both parties are grappling with what their next chapters are going
Happy little accidents
to be. What do you make of the fact that Republicans are grappling in the way that we led off this segment, whereas Democrats are grappling with, okay, how much of a fighter and what kind of fighter do we need going forward?
I'm going to hell.
I think Democrats are about
You're all fucking coming with me.
10 years delayed, right? So Republicans were having this conversation a decade ago. We have to go with Trump because he's strong, because he fights. And now, and overlook everything, right? Well, Democrats are now doing that. Look at Platter in Maine. Look at Jay Jones in Virginia. Democrats have now said, we need fighters. And look, I think, 10 years ago, the adults in, not the Democratic Party per se, but the adults on.
Oh my God, I can't. Does he have to buy sunshade for sunglasses? I mean, what is he doing?
On the left, kind of lost the newsrooms, the young people, the millennials, the Gen Z folks.
No, even worse, when he does wear sunglasses, he takes them down and everybody's like, Jesus Christ.
Kind of took over and the adults didn't know what to do.
Oh,
I think that's now kind of happening to the Republican Party, where the adults who thought they were running the movement no longer are running the show. It's the Nick Fuentes'. But look, to your point, to the clip about Gavin Newsom, this is a guy that 6 months ago I kind of thought would have been.
I feel very bad.
A joke running for president.
This guy's probably a nice guy.
President as a Democrat, and in the last 6 months, he has shown the toughness that I think Democrats are craving. The moxie. I mean, the fact that he went to.
How do we? I have this thing where I'd be in a conversation and my eyes would be just like dark. Be like trying to follow. It's going reverse cross. I just I don't know. It's fun to look at.
Texas after the midterms to troll them and to do a victory lap. I don't think Democrats would have done that a few years ago. So he's learning. I think he is ahead of the curve among Democrats of seeing what's going to work. And he's probably right now.
Ziggy play guitar. He had his wide eyes. They were really weird, man. I'm telling you, they were so far apart. You couldn't pay attention. Still talking about the man. His far apart eyes, they were fucking weird, dude.
Now the number one most likely person, if you had to make a list, to be the nominee for Democrats.
Yeah, and I think then there's the open question of do you want to come in as number one and the person to beat in that very crowded primary, because it's definitely going to be crowded. A lot for us to continue digging into. We'll leave it there for now. Conservative writer Matt Lewis, thank you for coming on. Your new piece is great. It's available to read online right now at the Los Angeles Times.
Well, all I can say is I'm sorry to that gentleman that has something. Wait a minute. Let's make sure this is real and I'm not being trolled. Oh, it is. So it's called strabismus. Okay. So this poor guy. I feel bad. Now I feel bad. Damn it. Well, like I said, he's probably perfectly nice fella. We got a few laughs at his expense tonight. God damn it. Now I feel really bad. All right. Well, now that I know that it is something like that, sorry I started it. You should be. You're a bad influence on me. As, the influencer here. Oh, damn it. This restarted. Bitch. Fuck it. Not worth it. That's why you see children with eye patches to strengthen the lazy eye. Oh, it should be treated when you're a young kid. Yeah, I actually knew a girl with that, like, in my school. Damn. Well, ain't that a bitch? I didn't know that's why she wore the eye patch. I always thought, like, it was because she was, like, blind in that eye, but that makes more sense because, yes, she didn't wear the eye patch after, like, a certain grade. And, yeah, I don't think she was blind, so. But if you don't treat it young, that's what happens when you grow. Oh. She wasn't a pirate. Trust me, we made jokes. Her name was Jillian. And yes, we used to make jokes. I feel bad. I mean, I admit I was probably yarg. Stop. I'm already, let's put it, I'm already going to hell, so fuck it. Might as well. Is that how it goes? We're just like, I'm already so far gone. Hell being... Wait a minute. I had that conversation with one of my religious buddies where I was arguing hell on earth because, reasons. And he was just like, yeah, you do make a compelling argument for that. I'm like, thank you. Nah, man, you don't have hate in your heart, man. I really don't. My only intolerance is for the intolerant. Because it activates a self... You do know why that is, by the way. Like, psychologically, it activates a self-defense mechanism in you. Also, don't get worn down by that, like, social justice warrior and, keyboard warrior. Well, keyboard warrior, unfortunately, that goes both ways now. But, specifically social justice warrior, it's like the fact that they bastardize, like, the fact that it's like, you mean that you're making it a bad thing to want social... It's the same thing with Antifa. It's like, how do you do this? And how do they win at that? I don't get how... Just, like, what's the psychology behind that? Because I'm lost. I know it's probably simple, and that's why I'm lost on it, but... It's just so fucking crazy. Rather be a social justice warrior than a monster? Yeah. I can't see 3D, man. It sucks. Basically, no depth perception. Really? That. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. Fuck. I would not last very long. I already bash into things like on a semi-regular basis. So, and when I say semi, I mean like a very regular basis. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I don't understand this. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, there we go. Okay. A little on edge with the technical difficulties, so when I saw a little buffer here, I was like, oh, what's happening? Oh, okay. We're perfectly fine. All right. Well, I couldn't tell you how many things I patched into this week. And doesn't that suck? And then you kind of forget about it, too. And then, like, you wake up and you have a huge bruise. You're just like, oh, no. It didn't feel like it hurt that bad. Dude, I had a pretty bad one a few months ago where I was, excuse me, I was walking back into my house and like I have this like kind of like pointy ass counter like on the way in, and dude, I racked myself in the hip so bad, and the size of the bruise, and yeah, I mean, I was thinking that maybe it was bad enough to go to the hospital. Probably should have, didn't. But yeah, that sucked. Oh, just today I had one. So I was setting up stream and I forgot, in classic Pep fashion, I was reheating a baguette. And my watch had gone off, and I just kind of went, okay, I'll go get it in a second. And I kind of spaced out in trying to get the stream ready. Again, it should have been the sign right there, actually. Should have been like, no, don't hit go live. Just don't hit go live. Yeah, I tripped on my my pants. My pants have here, I'm gonna show you. They're a little torn up. You see that? All right. Well, they're a lot more torn up because this little right here was connected. Went to turn. My other foot got caught in my pants, and I just went wah. And yeah, totally ate shit. Which, yeah, I talked about how my wife like slipped and also has a nice little bruise to show for it. Yeah, shit. She has more reason though. Mine was just it was the panic that got me because I was just like, oh no. And then I like turned it, I was just like, bam. Fashion can be dangerous. Oh yes, fashion. You mean really not wanting to buy new jeans? Dude, I found out how much these jeans are worth now. That sucks. Because these are technically like vintage, high end. I got them at a secondhand store called Plato's Closet. I'm sure that some of you have been there. I think it's a chain, but yeah. Nice pair of diesels. How wide are those legs? 35? No, 34s. 32, 30. Well, technically, like I'm a 32, like 33, but they don't really make those. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, I've had these jeans for over 10 years. I know that I have my other pair that I have had since like the end of high school. I gave up jeans like 7 years ago and won't go back. Plato's Closet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a higher end secondhand. Yeah, I found a nice pair, like two really nice pairs of diesels. No, the wide leg size, not waist. Oh, I don't know. 32? What? I just know that they're called like, they're not the boot cuts. They're like the wide legs. They're just wide leg style diesel jeans. They're the 2003 like I think summer collection or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I looked at getting a replacement pair. No, I'm not gonna spend $600 on a pair of jeans. It's fucking insane. I'll just keep wearing these. It sucks, man. These are. I got to that point in life where I found literally two pairs of jeans, which, yeah, I rotate them all the time. So, like bell bottoms? Nah. I don't like the bell bottom boot cuts. No, these are technically, I'll laugh my ass off. Designer jeans last forever, never get rid of them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had some, funny enough, like I had money to burn. Like I did just like, and I kind of had that conversation with my mom where, I don't know, she like gave really good advice about this kind of stuff, where she told me that, you spend a lot of time in like denim and jeans. So why don't you just spend the money, get two nice pairs? And she's like, then you can wear, one pair for 2 to 3 days, then the other pair, and you can just rotate them that way because, yeah. She did make me do my own laundry pretty early on. Jinko will come back. They already have. They're trendy and they're expensive as fuck. My wife saw a kid wearing them at Costco, and she was just like, "Really?" So she looked them up and she was just like, "What the fuck? They're charging like $300 for a pair of fucking jeans. That's insane." They were expensive back in the day, but they were nowhere. Like, I think they may have topped out at like 100. Like, that was crazy. Bullheads, though. Man, I wish that brand... God. I think like a private equity firm bought them out and they just like went under. Like, those were some of the best jeans that I ever had. Oh, God. Now I'm going to sit here just being like, you guys remember back in the day when things were... Yeah, I mean, like these. Like, these were made amazing. Welcome to life under Trump. Doesn't it feel like that? Like, it really does just feel so dystopian, and it's not just because we're leftists. 30-year-old denim is still so much better quality than you can find right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, I did... One of the smartest things, apparently, I ever did was not get rid of any of my clothes. Because, yeah, I fit in pretty much everything that I had from high school. Which, hey, being in your late 30s, being able to say that is pretty cool, I guess. I was just happy to see some fashions come back around where I was just like, you know what? I'm all right with that. Although seeing Ed Hardy come back, I was like, ha! Wasn't prepared for that one. Expensive everything, but at least gas is cheap. Oh, wait. Yeah, gas isn't... Like, yeah, no, I'm really sick of that shit, but I do know that Republicans are sick of it too. Like, they're really tired of being told, like, no, things aren't more expensive. Like, he did really fuck up this week where he was just like, stop telling me about the costs. I don't care. I don't care about affordability. Don't talk about it. It's like, I hear the price of eggs is down. No. Price of eggs is not down until they're $1 again. And with that, I do have to pee. So, what I want to do here... You know what? Hold on. I gotta check something. Is this up? Okay, so the vertical stream did work. That's good to know, at least. So I'll have 2 streams out. Oh, cool. You know what? That kind of helps me with tomorrow. Because no matter what, I'm going to be able to make my This Space show, but yeah, like I said, tomorrow is going to be like a later one, because I'm going to have to do some troubleshooting. And, hopefully I won't have any issues, but am I married? Yeah. I am married. My wife is unfortunately sick right now, so. Oh, am I breaking a streamer rule? Are you not supposed to talk about that? I've always wondered that. Because most of the streamers I watch have talked about their partners, but like somebody said that Hassan keeps all that like really private. I was just like, why? The biggest thing is my wife can't be on a stream because she has a job that literally says she cannot do front-facing camera work without permissions. So. C'est la vie. Can I suggest a funny video to watch? Sure. Why not? Just go to eggs.org. They're saying prices are the price is down. This is the talking point they use. The site is actually for global wholesale distribution prices and not average consumer price. Yeah. There you go. All right. Let's do this news story real quick about the economy. I know. Everybody. I'm going to just say this much. I'm going to bring up the pup. He's being a good boy. Keep your eye on him. I need to go pee real quick. So it'll be about a minute and a half. Let's do this. Fuck it. Actually, you know what? I don't want to play this video without. I'm not. I know I do that sometimes, but I feel like that's kind of shady. So fuck it. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you for standing by. Appreciate that. Can you suggest how to make pickled Pepsi at home for free? Oh boy. This has 5.6 million views. What the fuck?
Hello YouTube, how you doing today everybody?
What the fuck?
Listen, I'm going to do a video on how to make pickled Pepsi at home. That's what
What the hell is this?
I'm gonna title it. I've seen a video
Was not prepared for this. Okay, my brain is
about KFC
rebooting.
making pickled Pepsi.
Pickled Pepsi.
And the guy that was reviewing it, it was crazy. 2 pickles, little bit of Pepsi, which I'm going to show you how to do it at home for cheap. And the guy paid $3.
Does this guy like make cooking videos?
And 99 cents, almost $4 for it. What the hell? You could go home and make it for free. And this is what I'm going to show you right now. I got my Pepsi, got my glass. I got my pickle jars with pickles.
Pickle jar with pickles. All right.
What I'm going to do first is, I'm going to put the pickles in the jar first. That's what it was.
Wait.
Yeah.
I thought the pickles were already in the jar.
So yeah.
What is happening?
There's one.
What the fuck is happening? All right, this was a viewer suggestion, I have to say. I'm not disappointed. This is interesting, and I'm just... Yeah, I've never felt so curious. I'm like, no, I'm seeing this one through for sure.
Cooperate with me today.
Okay.
There's 2.
I may or may not have mixed pickle juice and Pepsi before.
Down. Put the lid on the thing. This is very easy and cheap. I don't know what the hell KFC was ever thinking of. Like, what the heck, man? $4 for a thing that you could just make at home. See? 2 pickles in a pickle jar. See? Cheap and easy. What the hell, man?
What the hell, man? Oh, KFC, $4, man, for pickled Pepsi, man. I don't know what they're thinking. I'm right there with you, man. $4 for a Pepsi, so for some pickled Pepsi. You're right.
See?
You know what?
Open it up. Oh,
Free at home. Save $4.
Yes, I forgot.
Spent $4 to save $4.
One thing.
Get the fuck out of here.
Pickle brine. Right.
Oh shit.
There you go.
It's not as bad as it sounds.
That.
No, I'm not necessarily laughing at the pickled Pepsi. It's his presentation.
See? This one's pickle brine with pickles in it.
Yeah.
Same thing. No.
I don't know. I would watch this dude cook. I don't know what he'd be cooking. I mean, yes, I'm insinuating something, but I'd watch it.
Hot sauce thing today because we might mix it up.
I don't know.
Stomach ain't feeling right. Now I'm pouring in the Pepsi. Like they said. I don't have ice. I never use ice. So yeah. There we go.
Based. He doesn't use ice.
Cheap and easy. Now, obviously, the guy said on the video, oh, it tastes awful. Well, just wait. We're going to give that theory a theory.
No. Oh, now I'm starting to see why this guy has 5.3 mil.
And
like,
you got that
holy
right.
shit, dude. I laugh, but okay, this dude is... I mean...
You know what? The guy was wrong. It tastes very darn good. It does. I mean, I like it. I mean, the taste is so sweet. Buttery. Because I'm using butter pickles. Yeah, it's very good. I like it.
Oh, just when I thought that other guy's eyes were,
but I would not.
Again, somebody... he sees this guy, he's like, my people.
I spend $3.99 for a thing at KFC. Nah. They probably use old pickles and old brine. Whatever, I'm using some stuff anyways.
Wait, does that mean you're using old pickles and brine? Like you were just insinuating they do? Wait a minute, sir. I think that we have now found a problem with your take here.
So, you know, this is pretty good.
Okay, see, See the pickle at the end of no. All right, maybe like the
Another wizardry drink.
water. I don't know. I don't know why this is bothering me. No. What the fuck? Yes. All right, this got rules.
Wow.
Wow. I'm gonna do that from now on. I'm gonna take a wait here. I got some water here, and I'll just Oh, wow. Little shimmy.
Now I'm going to eat the pickles.
No, I'd rather not. Oh, that's not as bad.
Yep, very good.
Nope. Nope. That's that. Why did I have a feeling?
So if you don't want to spend $4.99,
Okay, wait a minute.
I mean $3.99, don't go to KFC and don't buy the pickle drink. Make it at home for cheap and free. Thank you, YouTube. Oh yeah.
Or 5.6 million. 5.6 million. 5.6 million people have watched that video. 5.6 million have watched that video. What am I doing? What am I doing? I would do so much better if I just talked about my pickled peppers. Right? Right? By this logic. Although, I think there's other reasons, but... Because I'll tell you what. The watch, his, on his, analytics... The actual watch time for him on that video is gonna be good, because a lot of us had the same thing where it's just like, I can't turn away from this. Like, it's not his explanation. It's not really that engaging, but there is something where we're all just like, what is happening? What is this? I must see this through to the end. I mean, the theme is already baked in with Pep's. I mean, exactly. I really should just do something with that. You know, just in case, the politics doesn't work out, then it's like, hey, then I got, pickled peppers. There we go. Or, pickled pep talks. He had less than 10K subs before that. Oh my god, still. Damn. Oh. I'm not doing this growth thing very well. Like, ow. That hurts. Okay. All right. Well, I saved this video to watch with you guys. Okay, let's go for it.
In October 2024, nearly half of Trump's campaign ad spending went to anti-trans messaging. Not inflation, not healthcare, not immigration. Trans people, a community that make up less than 1% of the US population. Think about that. With the economy in crisis, housing costs skyrocketing, and healthcare still broken, Republicans decided the biggest threat to America was a teenager getting puberty blockers. Trump even ran ads claiming Kamala Harris wanted taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens, ending with the line, Kamala is for they, them, President Trump is for you.
Thanks for watching that one on stream. Thank you for suggesting it, because that was pretty effing fun.
Polls showed transgender rights marked dead last on voters' list of priorities. The public wasn't asking for this fight. So why did Republicans make it the centerpiece of their campaign? That's what we're going to unpack today. Why?
And guys like Piers Morgan make it the centerpiece of every argument that they have politically.
The right is so obsessed with trans people and what that obsession really tells us. Part 1. Turning 1% into a political weapon. So, why trans people?
Hell yeah.
What did they ever do? Because politically, it's efficient. Trans people make up less than 1% of the population, but symbolically, they can be turned into stand-ins for everything conservatives dislike. Feminism, science, queerness, liberalism. The GOP has advanced dozens of anti-transgender laws, even as polling shows the American public, including many Republicans, support expanding LGBTQ+ rights. That gap is the point. This isn't about reflecting public will. It's about creating a symbolic enemy that can fire up the base without alienating
Also, because they are only 1% of the population, it's, less people with actual representation.
most voters. And because most people don't know the details of gender-affirming care, the right can fill that vacuum with fear.
On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on our youth.
Part 2.
Look how
When
little
did
he
this
even
start? We can
He's definitely using it for the wedge issue, but I think that's cynically.
trace
Because you go back to what he said about Caitlyn Jenner back in the day.
3 important waves. Bathrooms, 2015, 2016.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses.
That is correct.
After marriage equality in 2015, the religious right needed a new rallying cry. By 2016, there were 44 anti-trans bills in 16 states, double the year before, mostly about bathrooms and sports.
Well, first of all, the bathroom law, as it said, only applies to government buildings or schools.
Okay, so it's not just me. All of their clips have been super low volume lately.
Universities and highway rest stops.
Trump's federal turn, 2017, 2018. In 2017, Trump banned trans people from the military, a move civil rights groups called mean-spirited and discriminatory.
To ensure that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, we will get transgender ideology the hell out of our military. It's going to be gone.
By 2018, the New York Times reported the administration was drafting a definition of sex as either male or female, unchangeable, and determined by the genitals a person is born with. That definition, the Times warned, would essentially eradicate federal recognition of trans people, essentially legislating them
That's how
out
they
of
do this. It's always underhanded.
existence. Healthcare bans, 2020 onward. Bathroom bills fizzled in court, so the right pivoted. By 2020, healthcare bans took over bathrooms as the most common bills. In 2023 and 2024, the numbers exploded. The 4th and 5th consecutive record-breaking years for anti-trans legislation.
On day one, I will
What was that guy doing just looking at the sign?
revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
So this wasn't organic outrage. It was a carefully sequenced shift from bathrooms to the military to healthcare. Each wave built new infrastructure and talking points. Part 3. Weaponizing fear for fun and votes. Trans people hit every hot button. Protect the children. Conservatives sell the idea that kids are being rushed into dangerous surgeries. In reality, surgeries for minors are vanishingly rare. Most care is counseling and puberty blockers, which have been FDA approved for decades. But fear works better than facts. Save women's sports.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Bathroom panic morphed into protect girls in sports. These bills pretend to defend cisgender women, but in practice they police femininity. Black and athletic cis girls are targeted too. It's not fairness, it's control.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill
America does have a fear-based economy.
permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body.
Copy-paste legislation. Each bill becomes a model for the next. From school policies to ID documents to healthcare bans, the template spreads. That's why you see nearly identical language popping up across dozens of states. And as historian Randall Balmer put it, they have an interest in keeping the base riled up. It's become a kind of marker. Part 4. The porn connection. Desire to cruelty pipeline. Here's some hypocrisy. Trans people are among the most searched categories in online pornography, especially in conservative states. Desire exists,
that tracks.
But instead of sparking acceptance, it often curdles into rage. Researchers call this the desire to...
My God, how many of these dudes are just hate fucking whacking it? Like, Jesus.
Cruelty pipeline. It works like this. Private fascination becomes public disgust. People project their own desires outward, reframed as a threat to children or morality. That energy is then weaponized by political actors who turn it into policy. The shame fuels the panic, and the panic justifies the cruelty. You can see it in the ads. America First Legal ran a radio
that's simple, but damn.
Radio spot warning. The Biden administration is pushing radical gender experiments on children. They want boys in our
I knew about the projection angle, but that was better stated.
daughters' bathrooms and sports teams. American Principles Project aired another TV ad, flashing the book Gender Queer and calling it pornography. This is the kind of literature that Gretchen Whitmer wants your kids exposed to.
I never had this when I was growing up. I went to public school in Florida. I never saw where you'd have pornographic materials in middle school libraries. Where is this coming from?
And by 2023, lawmakers were pushing performance
He's got dirt on Republican officials, allegedly.
bans so broad, as one report noted, the language could even sweep up Shakespeare. That's the cruelty pipeline in action. Erotic interest becomes shame. Shame becomes panic. Panic becomes law. And once you cast trans people as objects of both desire and disgust, the political machinery never runs out of fuel. Part 5. Scripture, science, and copy-paste laws. None of this popped up spontaneously.
Man, she's really
there are
good
two
at,
pipelines
breaking all this stuff
that
down.
work here too. Policy and propaganda. Policy. Conservative legal groups like Alliance Defending Freedom and Heritage Foundation have been drafting model bills since 2018. Fringe medical groups like the American College of Pediatricians, designated as a hate group by the SPLC, by the way, supplied pseudoscience. By 2020, they'd shifted from bathrooms to healthcare bans because polling showed it had more traction. The copy-paste quality is obvious. An Indiana bill declared sex and gender mean the biological classification of male and female present at birth without regard
People would rather make themselves and others miserable than accept themselves and go to therapy about it.
to an individual's psychological, chosen, or subjective experience. A West Virginia resolution went even further, citing theology. There are only two biological sexes, male and female, and these have been the case since the beginning of human history as described in the Bible.
Men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
So what you're looking at there is not policy debate, that's scripture as statute. Separation of church and state, anybody? Groups like Do No Harm emerged to give these bills a veneer of medical
There's the guy. What's he doing?
authority.
What are you looking at, bud?
Even though
Like, and why? Like, are you? What
their
is
positions contradict every
Is he sleeping? He looked like he was sleeping.
major medical association. Propaganda. After Dobbs, right-wing PACs redirected millions into anti-trans advertisements. They blanketed Spanish language and black radio, hammered TV spots about bathrooms and dangerous drugs, and pushed groomer conspiracies. It was saturation marketing. The point wasn't persuasion, it was panic. Executive power. By 2025, Trump's second administration layered on executive orders, keeping men out of women's sport, protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation, eradicating anti-Christian bias. One order described pediatric transition care as chemical and surgical mutilation of children and dismissed TATH standards as junk science. That rhetoric justified subpoenas for hospital records and funding freezes. So the ideas came from somewhere very deliberate. Legal networks, religious think tanks, and political marketing machines all coordinated. Part 6. Is this about political control? Absolutely. Once you define sex in law as immutable, you hand the state a master key. Suddenly, it can dictate bathrooms, IDs, healthcare, sports, even whether someone exists in the eyes of the law.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
That's why the 2018 plan to redefine sex as either male or female, unchangeable and determined by the genitals a person is born with, mattered so much. As the New York Times reported, it would essentially eradicate federal recognition of trans people. So this is a planned bureaucratic erasure. And history shows this kind of machinery never stays contained. Jim Crow laws used race categories to control daily life. Anti-sodomy laws policed queer people. COINTELPRO used surveillance to crush black, feminist, and queer movements. Immigration enforcement still weaponizes paperwork and ID checks. The pattern is clear. Once the state builds the legal scaffolding to regulate identity, it really stops at one group. So when Republicans frame it as protecting the kids or fairness in sports, don't buy it. The real project is control, and once that power exists, it spreads. Part 7, the authoritarian connection. Authoritarian movements pretty much always start by targeting a vulnerable minority. If the state can regulate trans people's bathroom experiences or healthcare, it proves it can reach into private life. Anti-trans bills aren't a distraction from real politics. They are the politics. By criminalizing care, censoring teachers, and surveilling students, these laws build capacity for oppression, and they rarely come alone. Abortion bans, book bans, and anti-woke crackdowns march right alongside. It's the same muscle of control flexed across different targets.
Wait, good point, Pinkerbell, because bigotry makes the bigoted person miserable too. They have this antagonistic worldview that colors everything in hateful negativity. It's draining hating others. Yep.
And once that
No, and that's where you see a bunch of guys like looking old as shit and like people just aging like shit because they just focus on hating people so often.
Is strong, it doesn't stop. Today it's trans kids. Tomorrow might be women, immigrants, or anyone outside.
Well, today's immigrants.
The dominant mold. That's why dismissing this as a culture war misses the point, in my opinion. Culture wars are the scaffolding authoritarians climb to seize and consolidate power. Part 8, religion. Religion isn't just background here. It's the glue. West Virginia literally wrote the Bible into its resolution. These have been the case since the beginning of human history as described in the Bible. So that's about way more than gender. It's about restoring a white Christian nationalist order where men and women have rigid complementary roles. Trans existence undermines that by proving gender can be lived differently. And because religion mobilizes voters, leaders keep the panic hot. Bowman nailed it. They have an interest in keeping the base riled up. It's become kind of a marker. That's why you see executive orders titled Eradicating Anti-Christian Bias alongside bans on healthcare. The fight is framed not just as policy, but as a holy war.
What up, Pendulous?
It was never about trans people. So why are the right obsessed with trans people? Because trans people are the perfect political Swiss Army knife. They're a tiny minority.
That's not how I would have described it, but
who can be painted
Well
as
said.
an existential threat. They can rally evangelicals, distract swing voters, justify authoritarian tools, and link conservative grievances to religious missions. But it was never about trans kids or fairness or sports. It's about power. The obsession is a feature, not a bug. And if you want to understand the Republican descent into madness, follow the trail. Bathrooms in 2016, bans in 2017, definitions in 2018, healthcare in 2020, executive orders in 2025. They're ramping up, but the through line is simple. Control. Control of bodies, control of families, control of knowledge, and control of meaning itself. But there is a bit of a hopeful part. Polling still shows majorities of Americans, including many Republicans, don't support this crusade. They don't really care, they don't really get it. But that does mean that this obsession is driven, not people-driven. Once you see that, you see the truth. The obsession really isn't about trans people at all. It's about how far the right is willing to go to stay in power and who they're willing to sacrifice. If you've made it this far, you probably care about cutting through the noise and getting to the real story. So hit subscribe and ring the little bell thing. Join us. We make videos like this 5 days a week just for you. It's really fun. The algorithm.
Yeah, see, it's the same thing. Like, I hate the fact that when we just want to get our stuff out there, but we have to play this game, and it does help us. So we all say the same thing, but she's kind of like me, where it's like, can you just hit the bell, like ring it? It helps me a lot. Lets you know when I'm on. If you like the show,
Algorithm doesn't really love nuance, but we do. Yeah. So subscribing and sharing is how we keep this kind of work alive, and it really helps the channel.
I wonder if this lady knows Visora. Seems like they would vibe. The funniest part is I think that she actually lives in America. I think they are opposite transplant system. Which, hey, I always get a little jealous that Visora got to get out of America and doesn't have to watch this, you know, with the helplessness and hopelessness that we have, where it's like, oh, I'm fucking stuck here. Ugh. But also gives good nuance. Wild, I like that. The gauntlet of trying to get people just to click like and subscribe really shows how insidious voter suppression works. Well, I know you're kind of making a joke, but for real, it does kind of play into like the whole way they bury leftist content. It really is crazy. Wait, what? What? I think that delay is getting to me. God damn it. I just realized that my video was still back. Nah, it ain't a joke. Any extra step is, Huh. Wait. Oh, you're talking about, to Sylvie. My bad. Wow. This sucks where I don't have my chat just right here, where I usually do. Yeah, I'm making it work right now. I just literally opened up YouTube just to be like, hey, here we go. Now I have my chat box, even though it seems to be on a little bit of a lag, more so than usual. Oh, duh, because it's on that. Oh, man. Oh, no worries. But yeah, if you haven't already followed her, definitely drop a follow. She's got great videos. I've gone back and checked out a whole bunch of them. Also, she kind of reminds me of Swoop. So. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. Well, let's see what else we got. Yes, I know that Trump is panicking about his polling numbers. We know. Hey, let's check in on the protests.
9-year-old. What's behind all this?
That is not the protests. What the hell is this? Chaos erupts at Turning Point USA event, California, Berkeley? What? Yet he's watching Rob Schneider give a why? Okay. The fact that it's always these dudes. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, Swoop. Yeah, Swoop's always cool. One of these days, I'll check out one of her videos. When we have a bit more time on the Chill End of Stream. Which, by the way, we are on the Chill End of Stream. But New Delhi car explosion, government shutdown, and more. Agenda free! Not interested in a channel that steals its content. I hate how they do that. Ooh. That's right.
Down.
I had this pulled up. Alright, so let's see. Do we care about this whole thing? Right now. Top executives. Wait, the Telegraph. Huh. This one has been a really fun show. Oh, I mean, hey, Etch, I'm glad that you're having fun. I know that, again, I was definitely in a mood. I'll watch this one back. Hopefully not, though, because I don't think there's really anything to edit as far as clipping anything out or... Yeah, there wasn't much of a salvageable show today. I just had a good chat, or a good chat, a good time with you guys. Have a good night, Pep and chatters. I'm about to stream myself. Good night, Pendulous. Have a good stream. Everybody check out Pendulous. Oh, man. This up, and then we can go into this. I didn't do a pre-watch on this one, so I'm not sure what the whole front end of this is about. So if we're not feeling it, we can just bounce. Because yeah, Piers Morgan Uncensored with Anna Kasparian. I thought they were talking about Mamdani. Yeah, Mamdani Socialism. There it is. So, on the BBC. Okay, let's go here.
Well, let me just be clear about BBC and...
Lost in the wash, because the narrative around the world at the moment is BBC misled the world about Donald Trump.
Well, let me just be clear about BBC and how what they did was just flatly wrong. You don't have to be a fan of Donald Trump's to acknowledge that the way they spliced his quotes together in order to make it appear as though he was saying something that he didn't say was wrong. And when any news organization does something like that, they lose credibility. And I think that's precisely the reason why these legacy media...
Wait. God damn it. I can't do that. I can't watch her fucking do that without then being like, yeah, but Fox News and the right specifically do this in a way that is super disingenuous. But like, dude, the way that she needs to both side shit right now, it's disgusting. I'm fucking so sick of Anna fucking Kasparian. Hacksparian. Ugh. I wonder nobody's watching that fucking channel anymore. Like, seriously. I'm glad that she's getting her appearances, but fucking A. Oh, here we go.
So now, guys, we have multiple civil wars that are going on. We have a Democratic civil war and we have a Republican civil war. On the Democratic side, it's the best kind of civil war because what we have is the people against the elites.
I can't get behind that tie, shirt, and then jacket combo. I can't do that. What's with that? No. My whole, like, no, you gotta wear a darker tie. No, what are you doing?
And that's a good place to be because
That
that means
looks
all the
awful.
voters are on the same page. The people are on the same page, and it's just Democratic leadership that is getting in the way. So we're staring down the barrel of the Democratic Tea Party. It's already started with the election of Zoran Mamdani, but it's going to go further. I mean, we're going to get Graham Plattner's probably going to win. Abdul El Sayed is probably going to win. You have a lot of these characters now. Kyle Ghazali is probably going to win. Like, all of these people who are running from the left flank and who are actually fighting are probably going to win. So on our side, it is the most glorious of civil wars imaginable. On the right, it's a little bit of a different story because you have the mainstream of the Republican Party, right? The people with power. But
he looks like an announcer for Sugar Rush Racer.
Plenty of
I have gumdrop
older voters in
bow
particular,
ties,
older
or
Republican
bow
base
tie.
voters in
God damn it.
particular, and they're up against the
give up on that one.
Tucker/Fuentes wing, which is overtly white nationalist. And not only do they hate the normal groups that Republicans hate, but they also added Indians and Jews to the mix. So it is basically like
He just saw khaki and was like, yes.
The Netanyahu-loving wing versus the Hitler-loving wing of the Republican Party. And that is an ugly and a messy civil war. A lot of stuff unfolded about this over the weekend. We're going to walk through it. First, let's start with Megyn Kelly, who's about to play a big role because she's sort of, stoking the flames of the fire here. She did an interview with Tucker Carlson. Then she did an interview with Ben Shapiro. And it was like everybody was throwing haymakers at each other.
I didn't realize
and she
that
was
they had this on Twitter.
and
Damn
they were
it, I need
playing
to look
basically
there
Sally
for
Jesse
some clips.
Raphael. For those of you out there, those
I thought I
millennials
had to
out
watch
there,
another one.
or
Oh,
fucking
God damn
Jerry
it.
Springer
Here
out
we go.
there.
My
She
bad.
asks a question and they
I always
start
do this.
shanking each other to death. And she's just, like, hey, who, me? I'm not doing anything. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, so here was her reaction. Let's start with this. This was her reaction to the election results. And you're about to see the immense level of cope that these people have. Watch.
The Republican Party needs to get its shit together. ASAP. I'm really glad we spent the past couple of weeks, as Sean Davis of The Federalist put it, policing some young person's group chat.
Do you know what she's saying? She's saying the Republicans lost because they're too anti-Nazi. The Republicans lost because they said, hey, we condemn the I Love Hitler group chat that leaked. The young Republicans who were
Sally Jesse Raphael.
and under, by the way.
I remember watching the one that she did with Vince McMahon.
Hey, young my ass cheeks. These are people who have like positions in state parties and shit. And they were saying, I love Hitler. And she's like, you shouldn't have criticized those people. That's why we lost. So go softer on Nazis is your fucking...
Really?
Is like your
That's your
grand
take?
plan to get out of this?
Yeah,
Couple of weeks,
that's a little...
as Sean Davis of The Federalist put it, policing some young person's group chat. What a podcast host said.
Stop being mean to Nick Fuentes. Stop being mean
She's not saying that, dude.
to the Nazi groypers online.
She's not saying that.
Wow.
I don't...
What a fucking brilliant takeaway. If we were just...
I don't like doing this thing where I have to be like, no. Like, is this what you do to Chris? Like, because that... She didn't say that.
a little nicer to Nazis, we would have won. Okay.
What the fuck? Yo, dude.
Hey, be my guest.
I'm telling you right now that if like I made an argument and somebody just misappropriated what I said the way he just did right there, don't care which side you're on. That's fucked up.
Good luck with that strategy.
That's literally the whole argument of you just put words in my mouth.
Right? Now, I'm old-fashioned. I think that you guys get
I get that we're commentators and all, but you don't got it. Like, it's also not like he's saying that in full jest.
Blown the fuck out has more to do with the fact that inflation's going up, unemployment's going up, the Epstein files haven't been released. You're sending $40 billion to Argentina while Americans suffer. You're continuing to aid and abet a fucking genocide. You're not releasing the Epstein files. Yeah, all this shit, right?
I guess I just need to go back to this.
That's the real issue. It's not, by the way, a big thing, which the polls show, this is when the real turn
I think that's his plan, but I don't like it. But he's doing what they do.
happened of the American public against
Yeah.
Trump and MAGA. It honestly is the fucking him tearing down the East Wing of the White House to build the fucking billionaire Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. That's literally what it is. That's what the polls show.
The problem is, like, I'm tuning out from his little rant here because I kind of want to hear the rest of this, where it's like, okay, well, I kind of want to hear I know what she's going to say because we watched this clip.
And so here she is. Stop being mean to Nick Fuentes. That was the problem. Unbelievable.
Oh,
okay.
my
So now you're going to
God.
get a little sense of where she is in this fight. Okay. Tucker Carlson goes on Megyn Kelly's show, and he is going to go after the Israel first wing of the Republican Party, including Randy Fine. Let's watch.
They say that. I don't accept platforming as a valid objection.
What is that a verb, by the way? You take a noun and you make it into
what is with this door?
A verb and nobody says anything? As a former editor, I say no.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Honestly, but as far as I know, Nick Fuentes hasn't eaten anyone. You know, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer ate people, and he was platformed by Diane Sawyer.
We have a.
He did say, "I love Hitler." He did say Hitler is, quote, really fucking cool. He did say women shouldn't be allowed to vote. He did say that we should have Catholic Taliban rule in this country. This is such bullshit. If any leftist were to platform some, like, communist, they'd be like, this is unacceptable. But now...
Yeah, but then you would back down and fucking do this thing where you're like, you would throw them to the wolves. You would back down immediately. That's part of the fucking problem here, is the fact that everybody doesn't do that. They don't platform fucking ideas that are a little bit more extreme than their own.
When it's
like, no, and here they are doing just that.
On their side is, there's no criticism of platforming that's reasonable. Everybody's got some fucking line. Yes, if you're talking to a serial killer or a fucking child rapist or a jihadist or, you know, whatever, a violent paranoid schizophrenic or a cult leader, I don't know about that one, but fucking they make an exception for Fuentes. Why? Because they realize, hey, there's a lot of fucking white nationalists and Nazis in our base. That's where this really stems from, is they know where their fucking bread is buttered.
We have a sitting member of Congress from Florida called...
I mean, he already just is such a dingus. Like, just wear the goddamn bow tie. Just complete the look.
Randy Fine, who has literally texted or put on Twitter, we should kill them all. Every single one.
He threatened that we should nuke...
I just don't understand how so many people look at him and they're just like, yeah, I want to be like Tucker Carlson. It's like, what?
Gaza.
These Christian dudes that, like, these are their role models, guys, and trust me, it's not ironic.
Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He said we should nuke.
I've seen it, and it's weird.
Gaza. There were 2 million people, 2.3 million people in Gaza.
Someone texted a picture of literally of a dead baby, and he laughs at it. And it's like, this guy's a lawmaker who's appropriating money to a military committing genocide, and that's cool? It's not cool.
No.
And let's just be honest. That is much worse than anything Nick Fuentes has said. Period.
See, and that point is actually correct, which is why it's so hard for the Ben Shapiros and the Randy Fines and the Mark Levins to try to gatekeep now and clutch their pearls and say, this is unacceptable. Fuentes isn't allowed in conversation.
It is funny to watch Ben Shapiro get completely thrown under the bus by all these guys.
Anymore when you guys have said shit just as bad, if not fucking worse. Randy Fine, yes, he is equally...
There's a reason that Ben Shapiro's been on multiple CNN appearances lately.
Morally disgusting to fucking Nick Fuentes. Equally morally disgusting. And in some ways, you can say worse because he actually voted to send money to Israel, which they then used to shoot children in the face and kill them. Okay? But Nick Fuentes has never had that kind of power where he can vote to do something like that. I'm sure if he did have that power, he would cast similarly disgusting votes since he fucking loves Hitler, right? So don't get it twisted here. This isn't an excuse for Nick Fuentes. But the bottom line is, you can't gatekeep if you are as morally depraved as fucking Randy Fine and Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin. It comes across as incredibly hollow because it is incredibly hollow.
So the main pushback has been when you had Jeffrey Dahmer or the Ku Klux Klan, et cetera, these journalists went after them, like exposed the terrible things. And Nick Fuentes has said a long list of very vile things.
Big time, including attacking my dad, which was the most vile of all, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean...
Attacking your dad is more vile than saying, I love Hitler. Attacking your dad is more vile than saying women shouldn't vote. Attacking your dad is more vile than Fuentes saying that white people should be racist. I mean, what a fucking baby reaction this is.
I personally have watched videos of him questioning the Holocaust, likening it to baking cookies in the oven, and there's no way you could have gotten to 6 million, seems to be his theory. He seems to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms, which I mean, so what do you say to those people? Say, why didn't you raise any of that?
You know, do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off.
This is a bitch ass fucking response. And he knows it's correct, which is why he's getting so defensive now. Look, if he had on Nick Fuentes, did he push back? He mildly pushed back on like, Nick, maybe not all Jews are the problem. Maybe you shouldn't hate all Jews, Nick. But yeah, he didn't bring up any of his fucking laundry list of horrific beliefs. That's the thing, guys. It's not just...
The thing that he's missing here is the fact that they're fighting amongst themselves.
Like, oh, he made a joke that was off.
But here, somehow, some way, he comes off as the indignant one where it's just like, how dare you? It's like, calm the fuck down.
No, he says shit that he
Like, let them fight, bro. Fucking Christ.
Believes, right? He says things he believes the things
I'm glad that he gets this worked up so I don't have
he
to.
believes are fucking pro-Nazi, and you didn't push him on it.
Kyle's a goober
You
edgelord.
didn't push him on it because you're fucking scared. You're scared because he's got a bunch of passionate young people who are willing to ride or die for him. Ride or die, metaphorically, or maybe not metaphorically. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Well done,
but he's got a
hot
whole
dog.
bunch of young people who are very politically active, very engaged. And Tucker doesn't want to fucking take on that fight because he doesn't want his fucking,
Buzz off.
his video
Tucker's evil Ned
to
Flanders.
get mass downvoted, or the right-wing base to turn on him and to cut the legs out
Oh
from
my
underneath
God,
his
he
career.
does high-
That
he
really
has
is what it
high-diddly
is.
ho
And so here he's
fucking
pretending
energy.
like it's unreasonable to ask him to ask the Nazi tougher questions, and obviously that's not unreasonable. It's the exact way you should handle an interview with somebody like Nick Fuentes.
I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you. I got the same thing with Putin. Why aren't you yelling?
No. Don't accuse other people. Oh, you're just virtue signaling by saying we should ask Nick Fuentes tough questions. No, or how about you are vice signaling by having him on and being a bitch and letting him run roughshod over you.
What?
You're vice signaling.
This is where I think that it's weird. It's like, why are you platform policing the right wing? Like, I don't get that. Like, I understand if there was backlash to like Destiny doing this or some shit, but what the fuck? They're honest. Like now he's doing this is where he is in goober mode, because this makes me think it's like, did you honestly think that Tucker Carlson was coming around to the left? Like what? Where is all this this indignation coming from?
That's what it is. It's the opposite. Like, oh God, I can't fucking stand these people.
You know, I'm glad that I have bigger things in my life to worry about than this, because maybe I'd be doing some of the same kind of commentary, but holy fuck, Kyle.
Okay, why?
Calm down, bro.
So I can show that I'm a good person? I care about what my wife thinks.
You didn't go tough on Putin because that would be like virtue signaling and me trying to prove that I'm a good person. Like,
you can just admit that they're really bad at this, but again, the fact that they're arguing with each other is kind of in itself.
I don't know, maybe you should go tough on him because he illegally and offensively
Oh wow, less time in the pool,
invaded
Kyle.
another country that didn't fucking attack him. What is this?
I don't need
You're watching
to
it?
prove
That's true.
that I'm a good person to you. You may think I'm a terrible
I
person.
am watching Kyle's. You know what? You make a point there, Sean.
Okay, I'm just doing my thing, which is
This isn't about your fucking... He's so in his feelings, right? This is about...
Like I said, though, I'm letting him channel this energy, so I don't have to.
Are you going to hold the person accountable who you're talking to? But the fact of the matter is, you are an ideological fellow traveler to Nick Fuentes, which is also why you didn't fucking go after him hard. You're scared of his audience, and also, you 50 to 70% agree with him. And that's what it is.
I want to understand what people think, and I'm committed to that. And if you don't like it, don't watch. That's my view.
Is that what you were doing when you fucking grilled the shit out of Ted Cruz? Which, by the way, I enjoyed. I enjoyed that. But you should have treated...
I just don't... I don't know, man. As somebody who's in this, even like me, in media, I would tell somebody coming at something, some of my content this way, to just be like, shut up.
Nick Fuentes, what
are you, what?
Saying, and you didn't. And you know it. And that's why you're so defensive right now. But we're just getting started, bro. We're just getting started. So here's Ben Shapiro. And
this is funny though. Again, can we? What? This is where I'm getting. It's like, why are you getting so mad, dude? Let this just play out. This is hilarious.
This is a rich argument from this guy. He's with the trigonometry idiots, and this is.
Oh yeah, trigonometry.
I mean,
oh
I think my
God.
head actually exploded when I first heard this.
I think this idea that you're not allowed to have scorn for views that you believe are damaging or deeply immoral, truly bad. For example, I don't even, not even arguments, just statements. Nick Fuentes calling JD Vance's wife a jade. That's not an argument. Or that how are you supposed to respond to the argument that he has made, for example?
God, his eyebrows really have gotten thicker.
JD Vance is a fat gay race traitor who shouldn't be president of the United States because he's in an intermarriage. Am I allowed to respond to scorn? I feel like scorn is a pretty good response to that, and that doesn't actually deserve a debate or a fulsome discussion. And that, in fact, treating that as though that is a rational idea.
You're so proud of me. Oh,
is a disservice to rationality. But if you treat all forms of that response as cancellation, that's probably how you get to this math.
But the same thing applies to your genocide support. Oh my God, I can't deal with this.
Ben, don't.
Ben, you have
No, keep making the content, Kyle. I enjoy
a
this.
long track record of saying Nick Fuentes like shit on every topic but Jews and Indians. I mean, Remember that old tweet where he said something like, Israelis like to build, Arabs like to live in sewage and bomb crap, hashtag settlements rock. Now, he's since
sounding kind of woke there, Ben.
Apologize for that. But you said that.
Do you think that he'll get that coming up here? Because, dude, for real, he has kind of had a few of these moments where it's just like, all right, man. So you're almost to the cusp of, well, I just don't think that we should be weaponizing people like this. It's like, huh?
You believed it. You meant it, right? You currently support a government that is massacring innocent people on a daily fucking basis. There was a story from recently where the IDF sniped a Gaza surgeon while he was in the hospital through the fucking window. I believe we played the video on this show. And you're still defending that government. You're still pretending like it's a defensive war from Israel. Like, you are just as grotesque in different ways. And so, to your point, like, are there some things that are worthy of scorn and mockery and derision? Abso-fucking-lutely. You and Nick Fuentes are both guilty of those things all the fucking time, by the way. Like, this is Ben Shapiro not realizing the monster he fucking created. He's out there. How many times has he been out there? He has no problem using every divisive, bigoted argument you can think of against Hispanic immigrants, for example, or black people, or women, or gay people, or trans people. There's all hate.
Dick Durbin's direct quote, his friends were mad. That's why he voted the way he did. I told you guys.
Hate. And then he goes, whoa, why are you hating Indians and hating Jews? Because they took your ideology to its logical... I just spit all over the place, by the way. They just took your ideology to its logical fucking conclusion. That's it. That's all they did. They said that ditto with everything he said, except add Indians and add Jews. And they're going, wait, we wanted to carve out a woke zone for both Jews and Indians, but say, yeah, go ahead and hate black people, go ahead and hate women, go ahead and hate immigrants, go ahead and hate trans people and LGBTQ people. You created this, bro. You fucking created this. And you're too dumb to realize that you did. Like, I'm sorry. Clearly, you can't cherry pick hatred because the people who go all the way will win out on the argument. And you also can't cherry pick equality because the people who go all the way will win out on the argument. And that's why we support equality. We support equality. We support freedom. We support treating everybody equally under the law with dignity and respect. And on their side, it's literally a race to the bottom. And Ben Shapiro was going, wait, I was the gatekeeper on the right. Nobody was supposed to go more hateful than me. Well, they did. As I said, your options are, who do you want to, if you're a right winger, which team are you on? The people who support the old Holocaust or the new Holocaust? Those are your two different camps on the right. The pro-Hitler people or the pro-Netanyahu people, who's basically modern-day Hitler. All right, I'm still not done, though. Here we go. So here's Megyn Kelly. I mean, kind of like trying to play both sides here and sit on the fence. This is not, the center will not hold. This is not possible.
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil, what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that, again.
But
because
like, I didn't opine on whether
See, now this is just fun to watch.
it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. What?
She's like, I don't want to do that because, you know, I've been told that from my producers that, you know, we might have her on soon.
Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on...
Because she has literally probably an interview like next month.
These things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in...
Now when people realize you can't bundle
the
people
murder
though.
of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't take in that content, which is an honest statement.
Hannah, welcome to the show.
I don't have time to watch
No,
Candace's show.
I believe you. But the point that I'm making is that
what I understand
friendship
Candace
should
to
not,
have
in our
been
business,
doing.
I think it's important. Listen,
No, and Candace
friendship
and I are
should
not
not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay,
They are fucking tearing each other apart, and I love it. And Megyn Kelly here trying to split the difference and be like, well, you know, I kind of like Candace, and can't we all just get along? Can't we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya? This is the Matt Walsh line. This is the Michael Knowles line.
Because this is one thing that they always do. This is how they keep that media ecosystem going. They have this thing where they'll like say how much they hate each other behind the scenes, but they'll get right up to the cusp because they realize that it's like, oh, this would be also shooting me in the dick.
Because they work for Ben Shapiro, by the way. They probably agree more with
Not
Nick Fuentes,
defending
but they
it,
refuse
just
to fucking
saying,
say it
yeah.
because they work for Ben Shapiro, and that's where their bread is butter, and that's how they get fucking paid. But here's Megyn Kelly. Oh gosh, I don't know. Are we fighting? Are we not getting along? Well, I kind of like both of you. Here's, I think, what she's trying to say. Let me steel man her. And Shapiro's up there like, no, fuck these fucking people. She's smearing Erica Kirk into... Which, by the way, Ben Shapiro, if you're out there still pretending, as he is, by the way, that Tyler Robinson definitely killed Charlie Kirk, and he's part of Trans Tifa, and like this was a coordinated left-wing assault on the right. You're the fucking bullshitter, you're the fucking liar, and you're the one who's not going where the fucking evidence points, okay? I'm not a big fan of Candace Owens over here, but she's at least asking questions on that issue, and you are, case closed, it was Tyler Robinson, and the left is to blame, and let's all go to fucking war against the left. So you're the one that's trying to fucking inflame tensions, and you're the one that's trying to deflect from the reality that everybody knows the fucking official story makes no goddamn sense. Really? You're gonna trust these fucking Keystone Cop idiots? You're gonna trust these Paul Blart Mall Cop idiots? Cash Patel and Dan Bongino? Oh, yeah, I think we got the guy. Oh, what's that? The story falls apart within the first fucking minute? Are you kidding me? So, but this is glorious. I love it. Tear each other apart. Rip each other to shreds. We love it.
I like that, Anna. Nah, you hold hands and punch evil together. Then you sit there holding hands going, damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Candace, you're on the clock. We're waiting for your reaction. We're waiting. It's probably going to be glorious, if I'm being honest with you. All right. Here is Megyn trying to defend Tucker again, and Ben Shapiro not having it.
Saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being...
Okay, hold the phone. Hold the phone. The reason for anybody to defend the Venezuelan government right now is because they are under an illegal and offensive attack from the United States of America. We are illegally and unconstitutionally bombing innocent Venezuelan fishing boats. You have the government plotting a war on terror style illegal regime change. And so, yes, the correct thing to do is to say, I don't give a fuck about Maduro's flaws. This is wrong for us to do. We are in no position to do this. We should not be allowed to do this. If they do this, they should be fucking arrested and locked up at The Hague, okay? That's the point. That's the point. But instead he's going to, oh, but Maduro's really bad. Who gives a fuck? Who cares if he's bad? Who cares? Even if he's a communist dictator, who cares? That's none of our business. That's not our country. But here he is. He's going to be making the undertones of this point is, how come Tucker's not for regime change in Venezuela? How fucking dare he? How dare he? This is what we all do on the right. We want to illegally and offensively overthrow governments that we don't like. Why is he not on board with our fucking murder and terrorism spree?
Saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, globo homo.
Tucker's made the point, I'm not here to be Tucker's defender, but he's made the point that Maduro is culturally conservative.
Who gives a shit? The guy's a communist dictator. Everyone in his country is eating dog.
I will say, this is part of the problem with being a paleo-conservative and a non-interventionist on the right, is that your arguments are fucking trash, right? Like, I don't doubt that Tucker was like, oh, we shouldn't overthrow Maduro because he's anti-abortion. No, you shouldn't overthrow Maduro because it's an illegal and offensive attack against a country that didn't attack us and is no threat to us. We have no right to do it. We need to believe in international law. We need to believe that the same rules apply to us as to everybody else. That's the real thing. But Tucker won't say that because that's an icky left-wing anti-war argument, not one of these shitty right-wing anti-war arguments. So obviously, this argument's pretty fucking hollow and it didn't land. Now did it, Tuckster?
It's just so weird. Like, he really does kind of frame a lot of this stuff like he wants them to just fully come around and just... Like, he's judging them as, like, they were lefties that moved right.
Communist dictator.
Like, sometimes
everyone in his country is eating dog.
Instead of looking at them as like, okay, they're shitty people. We got it, man. You don't need to make another case for why they're shitty people.
Shipping fentanyl to the United States to kill Americans. Why do we give a shit?
That's a lie. That is a fucking disgusting lie. He's not shipping fentanyl. None of the fucking fentanyl, none of it comes from Venezuela. That's a lie. And this is what Ben does. He lies because he loves regime change wars. He loves it. He loves it. Which is why his gatekeeping is so fucking hollow. You can't say, oh, Candace and Nick Fuentes and Tucker are so evil. But by the way, here's 48 new wars I would like to send your kids to fight and die in. Fuck you. Fuck you. Who are you? You're not some moral arbiter. You're a piece of...
By the way, I finally did it, guys. I made an appointment with my eye doctor. I'm getting new glasses.
Shit. I mean, it's absurd.
They're going to look very much the same, if not the exact same frames. But yeah, finally get some new lenses.
He thinks he can fucking tut-tut and finger wag and like police the boundaries of discourse. When you're one of the most...
All it took was for somebody in chat to make a little joke about why it's like, oh, Pep's I don't think he's squinting his eyes because he's high.
Depraved people.
It's just like, hey, that's too true. And you're right. I've been putting that off.
Vile, wretched creatures in the goddamn country.
Whether he's anti-LGBTQ rights. This is the number one thing about Nicolas Maduro. You know how far down the list you have to get before you can get to anything remotely recommendable about Nicolas Maduro?
All right, we're still not done. So now Fuentes comes in from the top rope.
For your FUBAR glasses.
Fuentes,
I still have mine upstairs. They're on the side, on this side, they're being held together by tape.
He doesn't have the ability to like reel it in when he sees somebody who's, you know, not
Uncle Pep, come on, man. We need
a
your
total enemy of his, but also not a total ally. So Megyn Kelly's trying to fence it. And instead of trying to attack flies with honey, he goes straight to like fucking ripping her a new asshole. So he's just shooting his fucking machine gun in every direction. He's doing the say hello to my little.
I just, again, this is so funny because anybody that was here almost like a year ago, even then I was saying like how I need new glasses. It's been over a year.
And let's take a look at some of that.
The level of dishonesty, the level of lies and dishonesty. And by the way, they're trying now to make me a scapegoat. Look at how all of them are treating me. All of
you need to see. I can kind of. I mean, this is why I adjust my glasses a lot. They're all scratched up too, so I have to also try to get past that. And then I'm like 2 or 3 prescriptions backwards, so I'm kind of
them.
Especially now, I have to read my chat from here. From
they're making
YouTube,
me out now to be the scapegoat, so no one can ever criticize Israel. Too many.
I'm also yelling at myself. My glasses are 4 years old. Yes, this is what
people are criticizing.
Dude, can we just all right, let's make a pact right now. We are all going to take care of our vision. Our eyes are important, and we must acknowledge this together because apparently we all have the same problem.
Israel. So now that Tucker had
later
me on the show, they're going to dredge up clips where I always say Hitler's cool.
You're also part of the glasses
and
club.
Everyone now is going to
out of prescription glasses club
join in and be complicit in it and throw me on the pyre and crucify me.
Bro, you threw yourself on the pyre, bro. What is?
I used my contacts the other day. Yeah, I shouldn't have even tried.
Oh, you're gonna come after me just because I said I love Hitler? Yeah. Fucking, of course we are. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So that I will die for being the one that will criticize Israel. Maybe
you realize why he smiles so big and why his audience, like the Groypers thing, because to them this is all a joke.
Literally, certainly.
Well, okay, by the way, as one of the top fucking Israel critics in the country, let me just say, Nick, you're not fucking helping. Because then they get to look at you and they go, all these people who are criticizing Israel are basically Groypers. They're all right-wingers.
Their prescription hasn't changed since the day you got them at 8 years old. Really?
They're all fascists. They're all in agreement with Nick Fuentes. So when they criticize Israel...
Dude, yeah, I go like almost used to go year by year. And yeah, it would change almost every year.
What they're really trying to say is, I love Hitler. And
there was one time it got better.
You have made that an argument.
I was convinced. I'm like, I'm healing. And then it doubled down.
And now, that lands with some people because you are anti-Israel, but you do also love Hitler. Meanwhile, there's people like me out here who are fucking despise Hitler, and I despise Israel and Netanyahu because he's basically modern-day Hitler. So you're not helping. In fact, you're hurting quite a bit.
And I'm telling you, I'm not going onto the pyre willingly. Fuck you.
How dare you say I should disavow my Hitler support? Who is this appeal to other than the people who actually fucking love Hitler? And that's the point. Nobody but the people who love Hitler.
I'm not taking back anything that I said.
Okay, let them out themselves. Jesus Christ. There's again.
I'm not going to stop focusing on Israel. So
I guess I only have enough outrage for so much where I'm like, okay, so I'm supposed to get really mad at this guy that's obviously trolling you.
Win elections. Fuck you. I'm not going to stop talking about the Jews. And by the way, when Tucker says this
your eyes were like, not so fast, Pepper. Don't get too dreamy about a future with 2020 vision.
About collective guilt.
I realized that I was losing my vision while playing hockey.
I have no idea what he is talking about. I am a Christian. We are not talking about genociding anybody. We are not talking about collective guilt. We are possessed by the radical notion that the Jewish state...
I'll also say that being a goalie, because I would react in a way where it was like a lot of like most of my save percentage came from like shots from like the point, which anybody that knows hockey, that's a pretty close shot. I very rarely had somebody like a defenseman or like somebody, you know, like a center kind of firing out from a really far shot. Even if they did, though, kind of seeing them a little bit fuzzier and not over focusing on their technique and all that bullshit, because you really do get in your own head. I just focused on the damn puck, and yeah.
Of Israel has something
I had multiple coaches kind of tell me like, yeah, keep that up.
To do with Jewishness.
I love that Tucker is like largely viewed as on his side in this feud. It's like Candace, Tucker, and him is like they've been grouped together by these pro-Israel right-wingers, and he still can't help himself, but also just starts swinging at the people who are viewed as in his tent. I love it. I love it. Just totally incapable of like fucking reading the room and being like, okay, that's the common enemy to our group. No, he's just like. And
I just realized that spending the weekend without watching some of this content, just like, okay,
Fuck, him and Candace don't get along either. They fucking hate each other too. And clearly he's still throwing shots at Tucker.
So you can save that speech about collective guilt. We've heard it 4 times now. We got that.
I love how much.
Yes. No, he is. Thank you for saying that. Kyle is missing the central idea of don't tell me what to do. How central that is to young dudes' personalities. That is so true.
Much of a destructive force he is on the right, man.
God, I remember being that way. I mean,
he is a fucking.
I'm kind of that way as a person anyway. Like, I don't like being told what to do.
Wrecking ball.
I have a one of my favorite marks. I found this report card recently. You know what? If there's not too much info there, then yeah, maybe I'll show you guys. But yeah, it said has a problem with authority, and I was just like,
for the right, and I'm so here for it.
I was based even in 3rd grade.
Tucker said he told the #1 purveyor of anti-Semitism that anti-Semitism is wrong. Is that what you saw in that interview? Was that what you got from that?
In other words, Nick Fuentes is saying, no, he did kind of glaze me. He did. That's what he's saying here.
Why are we still using that word? What does that word even mean? Sorry, I'm possessed by the radical notion, you can call it identity politics, whatever you want, by the radical notion that the state of Israel cannot be divorced from Jewishness, from Jewish identity.
Okay, so you just noticed the pumpkins. I was just sitting there thinking that it's like, if he did that himself, if he put this plant here, if he did all his interior decorating, then I'm not trying to be mean here, but that's kind of gay.
From the religious belief, which is defined their community.
Jesus Christ, can he just own it?
For
although I think he understands that if he did, then the jig is up and that he will lose his livelihood.
That they are the chosen people.
The reason why that makes absolutely no sense is because there are so many Jews.
You should call them tomorrow to make an appointment. You really should.
Who are anti-Zionists.
He's not making the allegations. I don't think he's trying to.
Jews who will say.
That's the thing I keep saying about Nick Fuentes is I don't think he cares. I think that's why he doubles down as much as he does.
It should be
What's really creepy is the fact that, like, he's grown.
Secular.
Like, what the fuck?
A secular democratic country in that region that gives equal rights to everybody. To say that it's all Jews that are guilty, that's the Netanyahu line. Netanyahu says, we represent all Jews. So he's agreeing with the anti-Semitic Netanyahu line that all Jews are responsible for the fucking genocide and the bloodshed and the ethnic cleansing. I don't agree with that. I know way too many Jews who say, well, fuck them. You don't fucking represent me. Their whole group, not in my name or not in our name, right? So, like, you're just wrong. You're just wrong to say it's inherent in Jewishness. It's just not true.
They defend their disproportionate representation and power by saying they're smarter than us. Okay?
The whole purpose of this rant is to be like, hey, you're fucking wrong for
You know what's kind of funny? He's he doesn't understand that he's actually platforming Nick Fuentes' ideas more than Tucker Carlson was technically.
Criticizing me and saying, and
because you're actually watching his content,
making a big deal out of the fact that I said I loved Hitler in the past. And in the midst of that rant, he can't help but continue to rant against Jews. It's incredible.
Megyn Kelly said,
somebody said that recently. Yeah, Hitler never would have guessed that 100 years, in that 100 years, the Nazi movement would be spread by a gay Mexican guy.
Things. Shut up. Shut up. You know what's awful and horrible? What is happening to our country? He said these awful and horrible things. Grow up. How old are you?
The point is, like, literally, you're not allowed to criticize me because things are happening in the country that are bad. What is that? How is that connected at all?
Guys. He's dreaming. Look. He's dreaming. He's running.
They're words on a show on the internet.
Look at him go.
From a adolescent male live streamer, and people are the hand wringing has got to stop.
Well, wait, did you mean it or did you not mean it? Because earlier you were saying I'm not fucking apologizing for that stuff, and now you're saying, oh, I was just an adolescent. And also, no, it's not just words. It's an expression of what your fucking belief system is, and is it compatible with modern civilization? When you say, quote, Hitler was really fucking cool, incompatible. Quote, I admire Hitler, incompatible. When you do Holocaust denial, incompatible. And you go down the list here, I mean, Catholic Taliban rule in America, quote, we want to go back to the Middle Ages, quote, give the death penalty to Jews, atheists, and witches. Quote, democracy is wrong. Quote, I fucking hate the poor. I love the rich. Quote, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay.
You do understand. My God, the more I hear this, he's a real life troll, and he's gotten away with it because he is like, if this was a comedian like a la Colbert,
like, that's an expression of what your belief
I just don't think he is.
System is, and people are allowed to fucking disagree with that. People are allowed to go, this is pretty fucking stupid. And if your response is nothing but to say, shut up, you haven't really thought through this well, have you?
Has anybody really? No. I don't like being on this side where I'm just like, dude, but you're also conflating the way that some people just respond to this shit.
That's all I've been hearing all week from Eric Metaxas. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your lying mouth. From all of them, Shapiro, this guy, the Christian Zionist, the pro-Israel crowd.
Again, let him do this. Let him bury himself. Let him alienate himself in this world. Because you realize that interview has caused more of a fissure in the GOP than anything recently.
The women, Megyn Kelly, he said awful, horrible, monstrous things. You really don't have an imagination. You think that's the worst thing happening in our country? If you followed the coverage of the Tucker interview, you would think that this country is utopic. And the only problem is that somewhere in the suburbs of Chicago, a young man said some naughty words. Really?
See how he downplays it? Oh, I said some naughty words.
Like, look around. 10 million illegal aliens in 4 years. We're at war with Russia. You have half the country is on welfare and hates Americans.
Jesus Christ.
Hates whites.
What am I doing? He's fucking Christ, dude.
They're like, you're not allowed to criticize me because things are happening. Why don't you talk about the things that are happening instead of me? Okay.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Kyle, we've been watching this video.
Then we get to, so Ben Shapiro runs to
This
Jake
is where I was talking about the attention economy and just occasionally how, like, when we give into it, like, man, do I feel like I got
on CNN to basically be like,
yeah, here we go. So he made multiple appearances on CNN, by the way.
these people are
Again,
unacceptable
I think for reasons.
and bad and wrong.
It's
and
almost like
we need to
Fox
push
News doesn't
back
wanna
on
hear
their
it.
anti-Jewish hate. And look, again, this is the problem, is Ben, you were down for the anti-Hispanic hate. You were down for the anti-black hate. You were down for the anti-woman hate. You were down for the anti-trans hate. You're down for the anti-gay hate. And now you're like, oh, but not me. It rings hollow. You can't be a gatekeeper for what's moral because you support fucking genocide, and everybody fucking knows it. Everybody knows it. Ben Shapiro laments that the left's attacks on white Christian men created in them a feeling that they're in an identity group of their own with group interests. The committed Zionist complains that they're influencers who are fomenting and catering to this group solidarity. Shapiro says
This is what it feels like to wake up at
Charlie
the dog
Kirk
track.
forbade this Groyper mentality from TPUSA, but
mean-
now the door has been breached as evidenced by students criticizing Israel at TPUSA's Q&A events.
I think that I have, funny enough, talked about, like, when my dad used to take me to the OTB. I mean, there were times that I fell asleep there and woke up to,
Frankly, I think that TPUSA
either my dad losing or winning, because you could always tell.
to do a better job of working with some of the personalities with whom it is currently working,
Immediately.
who are promoting this stuff, he says. That's them saying, stop fucking working with, like, Tucker Carlson. That's what he's saying.
It wasn't just to make sure that you guys don't take your minds don't go to the wrong place there. My dad was not, violent in any way. He was just very much, if he lost, then it was like, let's get the fuck out of here.
But again, Ben, here's the problem. You can't say, hey, white Christians in America, you're not allowed to do identity politics, but then turn around and say that Israel is. Israel is a Jewish ethno-state. It is a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. You can't say, I get identity politics, but you don't get identity politics. And guess what? The real correct position is the position.
No, I was about to say, my dad wasn't like violent.
I have, which is none of you get to do it. Sorry.
He would just get very, very angry, and then you just didn't like talk on the way home.
None of you get to do it.
You could tell.
It's unacceptable.
Or if he won, then it was all day. You could just talk about all the horses there, which that was kind of cool.
Acceptable.
Because we had the racetrack here. Like we actually got to, it wasn't always at like the off track. Sometimes it was on track betting.
Because any sort in any
is that what it's called? I mean, where we got to actually sit and watch the horses.
Ethno-state, by definition, is anti-democratic. It has to be.
Right.
It has to be. Because what you're saying is we are creating a two-tier system. We are making it so that some people are full citizens with all their rights and others are not.
They had a Cruising USA arcade machine. So
that is, it's by definition a far right way to organize a country, right? So I'm against it. You should be against it.
I don't know. Maybe that's why I have a thing against sports betting, is because I just watched enough of that, and I watched dudes get violent. I watched multiple guys lose everything, and my dad would explain that to me, where he's like, that guy right there just lost his entire life.
No ethno-states are acceptable. But what Ben Shapiro wants to do is he wants to say, we get one, but you guys don't. And that's why the argument is so fucking hollow, and they are failing miserably. So Mark Levin jumps in, and this is, you think Fuentes is unhinged? This is way worse. Watch this.
I got a very strange text this morning from Tucker Carlson, 10:16 a.m. I'll read it to you verbatim. Good morning, he writes to me. The leadership at Turning Point has asked me to debate you at their event in Scottsdale in December.
I did the same at a bowling league as a kid. Street Fighter, it just came out.
I'm happy to do it, and I hope you...
Don't you love that shit where you're just like, yeah, we used to go to a Pizza Hut that had a Rampage machine.
will agree as well. Beyond the personal insults, which I'll try to keep to a minimum,
Oh, no, Primal Rage, not Rampage, Primal Rage.
there are real and important ideological differences between us, and I think the country would benefit from an extended conversation about them. So again, I hope you'll accept. Let me know. Thanks.
I forgot what the other game was. I think it was a Neo Geo collection that, I don't know. I didn't play it much.
The guy is desperate.
I mostly played the Cruising
He's
USA.
taking a hit on his podcast.
His show is way bigger than yours. Like, way.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure it was the Cruising USA machine, the Neo Geo machine.
Not even close. Your show is fucking nothing compared to his.
Oh, it's the Golden Tee Golf.
So don't say he's desperate. He's not. He's actually not.
He's fighting like hell for his career. He's fighting like...
You're bringing back some memories, guys. I gotta say, I haven't thought about hanging out at the OTV with my old man in a long time.
like hell for his reputation. People are awakening to what scum he actually is.
Like since talking about this on stream, for real, I don't think that I had talked about that in fucking 20 years.
And he thinks I'm going to platform him? He thinks I'm going to help him kick up his podcast ratings?
They used to bring me kitty cocktails, the 7-Up with the grenadine.
What would Charlie say? What would Rush say? What would any
Still
rational
that shit,
response? Here it is. I wrote him the following. My family...
That was back when it was like, the waitresses, and for the little man.
and I want
And
nothing
I was just like, hi.
to do with you. What you've become, your vile libels against my faith, millions of Christians, and in my view...
And when my dad was oh my God, dude. When him and my mom got divorced and he was in single dad mode. Oh, dude.
What you seek to...
I remember meeting this girl he was dating, Teresa. And I just remember that was the first time I looked at my dad like, hey, all right.
do to our country.
Yo, old man can get it.
There's nothing to debate. You're a Nazi promoter. You're the modern-day David Duke. I debate people with whom I disagree for a living, who are a lot smarter than you, but for whom
Oh, a Shirley Temple. Is that what it's called? A Shirley Temple?
I have some
well, that's what.
respect. I'm also disappointed in TPUSA that continues to platform you. It's not about free speech. You could be heard by millions regardless. Some unsolicited advice. Stop long enough to remember who you used to be.
I just remember when they talked about Tiger Woods fucking a Perkins waitress. I was like, hey, him and my dad are in that club.
And what you used to stand for. So?
He would not be happy with me saying that.
As expected, knee-jerk. For the record, I'm strongly anti-Nazi. Does he sound that way to you, America? Oh, you're going to hear more. But that's hardly the point. This seems like the perfect opportunity to rebut what you consider evil ideas and to do it to my face like a man. I think you'd jump at the chance, assuming you believe your positions are defensible. I'm offering the marketplace of ideas you often talk about. Is it possible you can't really defend, for example, what Israel has done to civilians in Gaza? I said, there you go. You're not feared. You're despised.
Dude, I remember he brought her. This is so funny. We were on a boat trip in Wisconsin, and I just remember she shows up. I'm like, is that the fucking Perkins waitress?
Well, you're a coward. And if you change your mind, I'm here. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Tucker was 100% correct in that one. It wasn't even close.
You little bastard, you attacked my
dude. The
my
funniest
stepson.
part is that Perkins gave me food poisoning. Like, I was legit, like, I didn't even walk out of that fucking Perkins without getting sick. And somehow my dad, while I'm in the bathroom, he's sitting there macking on the waitress.
You didn't do that face to face, did you? You stabbed him in the back while he's serving
man.
President Trump on his second tour, while he's in safe rooms with ballistic missiles passing over his head.
Yeah, and my dad's totally the type where, like, you know, he's like, if I said this now to him, he would just be like, yeah, Dad could get it. He's like, yeah, what is this a surprise to you?
You little bastard. Nobody's afraid of you.
Clearly you are. You don't want to debate him.
I'd rather debate a skunk than...
I remember when I realized that there was this lady who worked at the clubhouse in one of the golf places that he used to frequent, like a little bit more than the other clubs. And I figured that one out too. He was just like, how do you know this? I'm just like, you put out a vibe.
You.
So look, again, here's the point. This is the main takeaway here. Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, all these hardcore Zionists who've been...
The funniest part was he came home one day and he was just like, I got a hole-in-one at such and such golf course. I was just like, what? He's like, yeah, they put me on a wall and everything. And I cracked a joke where I was just like, did what's her face fuck you? And he was just like, you know,
cheerleading a genocide for the past 2 years. They are in no position to try to police the moral boundaries of the right. And so now they're dealing with a rise.
Now I think you guys have a little more insight into why I am the way I am.
Tide of, yes, legit neo-Nazism and paleo.
Did Kyle just really tell them to try to debate that? Yeah.
Conservatism.
And that's where Sylvie, I'm glad that you're seeing this. And this is also why I've kind of tuned out. Like, Kyle, like, he's getting worse with this shit. And I've noticed it too. And I know that I criticized this earlier where I was like, I don't like the fact that he sits in his little estate, which he essentially lives on a fucking multi-million-dollar estate in Virginia. I don't think him and Crystal really even need to leave. Crystal has to go into D.C. to do her Breaking Point show, but I think Crystal, Kyle, and Friends is in the basement of that house. I think that this studio is in the upstairs of the house, and he's got studios all over that fucking house. I mean, they literally seem to film in every goddamn room that they own. Yeah, and then he says shit like this. He does the alarmist. Like, I remember my mom had a pretty nuanced take on Kyle, and I didn't really give it much attention at the time. And it wasn't just Kyle. She did actually say this about Majority Report as well. But she did say, like, oh, this is why you're a little more amped up around politics, is because people like this, you know, you're just consuming this content all the time. I'm like, oh.
And they don't know how to deal with it other than to, we're going to cancel you. Well, okay, but then understand that you are carving out special exceptions because it's your identity group under attack here. Because you partook in all the hatred of black people and Hispanic people and women and gays and LGBTQ people. You're fine with spewing hate all day. But then as soon as Fuentes comes along and says, I'll do all that and I'll add Indians and Jewish people, then you go, oh, no, that's unacceptable. And so, like, the fact that you won't even debate Tucker Carlson is absurd. And I do think he knows he can't defend on the substance what Israel is doing, what Netanyahu is doing, the murdering of innocent people day in and day out. And so he can't defend that. And so that's why he's being a little bitch and he's running away from it. And then he's bragging about running away from it as if this isn't humiliating for him. Dude, this is super fucking humiliating for you. This is absolutely humiliating for you. But again, let's just be clear. Again, there are no good sides in this fight. The two sides on the right are...
He never fixed that mic.
Do you support the old Holocaust or the new Holocaust? Do you support old Hitler or new Hitler? That's it. That's literally the whole breakdown. And I love...
Low information voters can be swayed by Kyle's riz.
Love seeing them rip each other to shreds and...
See, that's where, like, I know that sometimes I get a little on this, but think that a lot of times it's preaching to the choir type of shit.
Destroy themselves from within, and this can only happen if Trump
This is why I've gone out of my way to not ban people and to try and keep discourse open here.
and MAGA are failing colossally.
Because I don't like doing that.
And he is, and that's why we are where we are. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, maybe Tucker and Nick aren't worth debating, Kyle. Well, I mean, he seems to put a lot of stock in them, so I don't know. Like, according to him, maybe. God, sorry, guys. I didn't realize that I was going to go into a little pep lore there. Dude, I haven't thought about that Perkins waitress in a while. I bet if I brought that up to my dad, now his face would turn beet red. I remember one of the ones he failed on. There was this gas station clerk that he really liked. And he came back like all dejected. And it got like, all of a sudden we weren't going to that gas station anymore. There's another one though, where there's this girl I went to school with, but she was like 2 grades lower than me. All of a sudden at recess, she started talking to me, and I was just like, I knew of her, I guess, but not like I'd never talked to this girl. She's like, yeah, I saw your dad. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, your dad was at my house. I was like, are you sure? Sure shit. Because I just remember him. I'm like, hey, this girl Becky came up to me at school and was just, he's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I was like, dude, her, again, I don't use last names, but her mom's name was Kathy. He called her Kath. That's how I knew that there was definitely something up. I was like, oh. Yeah, but it's so weird. Thinking back to this shit, like, as an adult, like, my mom and dad post-divorce, oh my god, they went wild. They went fucking wild. My mom, yeah, there had to be at least, like, 10 different dudes that I remember her dating, like, just periodically. Fucking A. And yeah, my dad, not too far off. Oh my god, Jan. Oh, dude, Jan. Oh, this lady, she actually like ran gas stations. Yeah, man. Like, I remember she had money. And like, I remember asking my dad that, where I was just like, does she have more money than you? And he was just like, you don't need to talk about that. Fuck, man. Yeah, I just remember that one because like that was one of the weird ones where she had a daughter who was like maybe a year or two older than me, and like I had a crush on the daughter. So I'm just like, oh, are we going to see Jan? Hell yeah. Meanwhile, I'm doing like the sister's just like, what are you doing? I'm sure she has stories about this. Oh my god. One day I will be a paramour of a rich woman. Oh my god. Do you need to take dating advice from my old man? Just so you know, he never ended up with, like, he I mean, dated her, but yeah, that was not long. That was not one meant to be. Yeah. Actually, my stepmom, dude. My stepmom was funny. Because, like, he kept going to Florida, right? And, like, my Uncle George, he lived in Florida. I was just like, all right. So you're going to see Uncle George a lot. Just like, you guys play a lot of golf or something. Like, yeah. All of a sudden, he's just like, hey, I want to take you and your sister to, Florida. I was like, yeah, because every time, you know, that meant like, let's go. By the way, this is also kind of funny. The only reason that I ever got to go to like Disney and Universal Studios is because my uncle, he had a job where he had like passes given to him. So my dad being my dad, he saw that as an opportunity to get pretty much an entire vacation knocked out for free. Dude, I love my old man. I really do. He's such a piece of work. The more I think about, as I said, the more I think about the shit that I lived through, I'm just like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. And you stayed in his guest room? Like, what the like, yeah, we don't need to I remember asking him about that. Because at school, I like had a conversation, everybody's talking about like the Disney hotels. I'm like, I've never stayed in a Disney hotel or anything. And they're like, really? They're like, but you've been to Disney World. I'm like, yeah. No, I have. And they're like, you've been to like Disney World a lot. And like thinking back to it too, because like the passes, they were like the original fast pass, right? Because again, he had like not necessarily employee privileges, but it was like contractor privileges. So yeah, we got to go on like the fast pass line. It was fucking bomb ass. I think I told the story here. I'm not sure, but one time I got to go there by myself, and my uncle gave me the Universal Fast Pass, and I went for an entire day by myself. That was awesome. That was fucking one of my favorite days ever. I felt like Kevin McAllister, just like let loose. Like I think I rode the Back to the Future ride like 8 times, because as having the single rider pass, you could just walk right up. I rode it so many times that I was literally like quoting Biff to Biff. Did Jaws a few times. Almost fell asleep on like my last time, where I was like, okay, that's enough Jaws. Did the Earthquake ride a few times. Like, did E.T. once, because I'll be honest, E.T. was kind of creepy to me. So like, I don't know. E.T.'s ride had like a smell to it. Like, you could walk, like when you walked into that auditorium, like it was it was weird. Like it was a very distinct smell. I know that they have a candle for it. Now here's the thing. If I crack that open, will I just go, whoa, we should see. You know what? Actually, that'd be fun. I should probably order that just to see. Let's see, what was one of my other favorite rides there? Oh, T2. Or the Terminator 3D experience. Oh, dude, that was so cool. I saw that a whole bunch of times. E.T. scared me when I was a really young kid. Oh, specifically, it was the scene where it's Elliot. Hey, thank you for subscribing. J. Wes? Appreciate that. But yeah, when he finds him in the greenhouse, and he's just like, ah! And he's like, that fucking scene scared the shit out of me. And I remember telling my buddy, who I grew up with, about that. Funny enough, one of the guys that knew Tim Pool. But he used to like be able to do a pretty good E.T. impression. Like he would pop his neck and yeah. I just like, knock it off. Oh fuck. When he screams and his heart lit up. Yeah, that shit was scary. Here, I do have this though. From my cat.
There's an episode in early.
Nope. That is Dragon Ball. Let's not do that. The fuck? That's not even mine. That was weird. I went to my content on my page, and it took me to a Dragon Ball Z short. That was really weird. But I just... Ah. Who's that creepy guy talking? But I just wanted to... No. What the fuck? Why is this not taking me to my short? Oh, here it is. Look at it's my baby.
E.T. home phone.
E.T. phone home. E.T.
E.T. home. He's so goddamn cute. How can anyone remember 40 years ago? I mean, let's see, when's my like first few memories? Probably 1989. Prairie dogging. Yeah, he does that. Yeah. When he gets like really curious about something, that's what he does. It's adorable. And he'll do it like even if he's like laying on you and like he hears a noise, he'll do it where he's like I love him. We are literally a minute away from 420. Woohoo! We made it. Hell yeah. Then I'm gonna probably hit the Dusty Trail at around 4:30 in the show here so I can go and figure out my technical difficulties and hopefully get those taken care of. It's actually really weird how while just hanging here, I was like, fuck it. You know what? I could just factory reset pretty much, you know, Streamlabs and just everything and just restart. That won't do much. All right, good? There we go. Yep, we're good. Oh, man. All right. What else? Anything I care to watch? Look into? Nope.
Which I think is very noble and open-minded. So I want to ask, in a society that puts us down for not being so aggressive with our beliefs, how can we
So that's what we're covering instead of the protests, huh?
how can we learn to not butt heads with those that we disagree with, but instead shake hands?
When did Mike from Stranger Things go fucking full right-winger?
And again, Peter, that's a really good Peter question.
I'd love to take that question. So whenever you encounter someone like that, invariably the problem is not you. So a couple of months ago, I was driving my buddy's car.
Oh my god, are they gonna really bastardize the Bible like this?
I don't know, a guy thought I cut him off or something. I didn't think I did, and he leans
can't
out
hear
the window
shit.
and he gives me an incredibly nasty look. And then he rolls down the window and he goes like this. And then I rolled the window and he said, "I'm gonna kick the shit out of you." And I said, "Oh boy, I'd really hate that."
They're all doing this audio on purpose? Yeah, I think so. You know, like the way that like commercials will play with audio? Do you have the smart audio off? Yeah. Why? I think so. God damn it. Wait, or the stable volume? Is that a YouTube setting? Hold on. Is this a user error thing? Where do I do that? I'm willing to... Okay, so this is user error. Where is that setting? Settings. Stable volume. It looks like it's off. Yeah, no. It looks like it's off here. Huh. Here, setting. It's off. So I'm assuming... Oh, but you know what? This is a rebroadcast from Turning Point, so he probably has it on. Premium controls or advanced controls? I mean, I just found it. I know that I'm on a delay, so I'm trying to be like, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Well, no Turning Point coverage for us. Yeah, too bad. Oof, you're behind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. New Godzilla tease is incredible. Don't you dare. Don't you dare try to get me to watch a Godzilla thing on here without doing a, turning the monetization off. Hassan has some, plugin that goes to 6... What? No. What? I worry about everything all the time. Don't. What did we say? 80% of the things that you worry about will never come to fruition. And one day, that whole you look good for your age thing will come back to bite you because, yes, sometimes it will. Add to that. So. I'm kidding. But never about what I should be worrying about. He uses it to raise the volume on his stream. I think Lance does too. I'm always afraid to do that because my ADD ass is going to forget about it, and I'm just going to leave it on. That's a problem. Honestly, I think that might be why I'm... Well, no. No, I know why. Like I said, I ran into an encoder issue. I had no idea that it was gonna give me a new stream key for the vertical stream, which fucked everything. So, yay! But I let you guys know what's happening. Kittens nap time. Ooh. Why conservative comedy isn't funny? You know what?
This video is brought to you by my patrons.
Well, you're better than me because I need to get on that whole Patreon thing. There should have been a better explanation of the.
If you'd like to support, head over to patreon.com/MaggieMayFish and buy Mubi, a curated streaming service showing exceptional
Maggie
films
May.
from around the globe.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm just kidding. That's just a joke we like to play on the neighborhood kids sometimes. Although we had to stop after Mr. Peterson killed his wife and kids across the street. The joke lost its spark, if you will, because it became too real. That's what we're going to be talking about today. The delicate balance of the performance
All right,
muses,
I like this video.
comedy
Here.
and tragedy, as we look at two works from two man comedians who exemplify this paradox. I'd like to give a warning that we will be discussing racial stereotypes and Rob Schneider, both deeply
and Rob Schneider,
upsetting and almost synonymous
Yes.
topics.
All right, I'm so in.
Grab the nearest alt comic performing in your backyard as we discuss two films in conversation.
Oh, excuse me.
On my darkest days, the days when there is no light in the sky, the days when my soul can only muster a vacant... I watch Real Rob.
Real Rob is a Rob Schneider production
watch
show
Real
starring
Rob.
Rob Schneider about Rob Schneider's life
way.
and Rob Schneider's wife. But before we talk about
Oh shit! Damn it! Oh, hold on. She only using him in 4-second increments? Cause hold on. Yeah.
The days when my soul can only
I need
muster
to make sure that this isn't gonna hit. Sorry, I know I'm replaying
I
it.
watch
Give me a
Real
sec.
Rob. Real Rob is a Rob Schneider Productions show starring Rob Schneider about Rob Schneider's life and Rob Schneider's wife. But before we talk about where Rob is, let's take a look at where Rob's been. Rob Schneider got his break as a writer on SNL in 1988 and graduated to a cast member.
Damn it. Yep. It's NBC. Fuck. Well, here. I'll just recommend this one. That sucks. Yeah, oof. Fucking NBC, dude. Yep. NBC was the culprit. Oh, it has SNL clips. That's why. Oh, thank you for the warning then, honestly. If that was the AI, I hate to say, I think that it might have spared me a bunch of problems there. So that's good. That's good. Well, we can move on to something else. I got a little bit in me to hang out with. Lost in the sauce. Trump falls for the most obvious fake news story of all time. Don't care. Why? Comedy movies died. Oh, I want to watch that, but I can already tell you that's also going to have some, either they paid for it, or they don't care. Because the traffic gets the subscriptions and the exposure and blah, de blah, de blah. I am learning all about the fun in that specific area of YouTube, where it's just like, oh, you know, certain channels just don't care. They're like, I'm not trying to monetize this. All I want is the numbers so I can get a little bit of a payday on that end. It's like, oh, okay. I heard somebody on the I just call it the Portland protest stream talking about that stuff. Alrighty, where? Oh. Hey.
Why divorce? Why divorce? What is divorce? Rock.
Dad rock?
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, that'd be like Radiohead, like yeah.
The Clash, Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
The Cure.
It's like all.
Can I just say I would never eat anything off that
yelling,
table?
a lot of like.
I don't care like how well intentioned, how good of a cook.
Like that kind of music, like.
Well, okay, I wouldn't say never. I mean, if I was in dire need, obviously, but also I would make sure there's a porta potty nearby.
Scream? Is it like screamo? That's what chat said. No.
What is this?
Go. Last resort.
No, the Last Resort Loki song.
Is this a band? Like,
my God,
up?
how do you
Hollywood
type
whore.
on that?
Hollywood whore.
Hollywood whore. That's.
Hollywood whore. Passed out on the floor. Come on. That's such a like staple.
Can we? Hey, Chad wants to know. Can we do YMCA?
YMCA.
That's Trump's song, apparently.
Oh,
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't know. Okay, that. Also, like they're talking about singing songs, so I'm gonna just dip out of that before it becomes a thing. Just glad that he's not covering Turning Point anymore. Here, let's.
Wait.
I can at least do this without sound. There we go. I will say this, they definitely have like the 24-hour protests. I think that these have been going since like July. That's why there's like this weird community there. on both sides, by the way, where it's like, yeah, you see it, where like the Trumpers come out and join Mr. Oh God, what's his name? Tommy Boy. If you ever just wanted to meme out on stream. Oh wait, Daily Dose of Internet is known for giving permissions. You could hit them up, watch their videos at some point. Oh, yeah, I should. I need to start doing that. I tried Jubilee, by the way. It looks like I'm either too small or, yeah, there was a denial from, in the form of not answering. Best way to do it, I guess. Just ghost. Gambling addict. Don't care. Ah. All right, I think we're good on that. Why is everybody crashing out over the Charlie Kirk investigation? Fuck.
And is everybody okay? I just want to check in to see if everybody's feeling okay, because there are a lot of
I hate that her
people
stuff is now
online.
getting recommended to me. Fed sees hospital footage. What? Feds have a meltdown. Christian Zionist pastor. I don't know. Reaction, accusation of faking texts. Ooh, that'll be good. Mark Levin crashing out. Dude, she's pissing off a lot of people, and I love it. Like that's the one thing I'm gonna say that I'm happy to see come from this, is that everybody on the right seems to be fighting each other, but you saw it with Megyn Kelly where she still won't attack Candace. So they're all playing like the grift game, where it's just like, oh, Candace has technically got a bigger audience. I don't really want to piss her off. All right, so I'm not watching this whole fucking thing. Accusation of faking text. That's what I want to see.
Then there were these compounding lies, okay? Obviously,
The staring contest.
last week we watched Ben press Megyn on stage. Very strange to see him do something like that, to see him just lie and try to pressure her with the lie. And it was also on the day that it was announced that this podcast was #1 globally. I responded on my show with the truth, showed you screenshots
damn it.
of
Did I
what
contribute
Charlie
by
had said,
accident just by
told you
being like,
honestly that he had kind
yeah.
of prevented Charlie from coming up, and that was certainly how Charlie felt. And then some guy on named Frank McCormick on X started circulating, and then of course I instantly made a trend that I forged the text messages, that I just made them up, and I was just going to be so risky and throw these text messages up and just lie as if I wasn't going to get debunked quickly. Anyways, this is what he wrote on there. Candace Owens recently posted what she claims are more text messages from Charlie Kirk. He asked ChatGPT to analyze. Look at this next one. If you want to skip over to the next, he analyzed the bubble design, the profile placement, the header layout, font, spacing, color, balance, and he discovered that these were digitally fabricated. Bro, you didn't have to do any of that. You could just ask me to show you the messages. I show messages on this show. Like, I'm happy to show you guys this live. So just to give you the receipts here. Wait, Skylar, can you tell me in my ear, what did the message even say? Because I can look it up. Just give me like the sentence. Okay, keep going.
She does this the way I would do, where it's like, hold on, how do I use my phone? Oh yeah, keyword. Oh.
Okay, hold on. That's not populating. It was because the way that it's spaced. Can you give me the sentence after that? There we go. That will work. We just have to treat him like noise. Are there typos in that? Here we go.
It's not going to matter.
I found it.
And it'll give you like the first 4 that have that in it.
A little bit of typos.
I do know how this one works.
There we go. Okay, here we go, guys. Just to show you this, just looked it up on my phone. These are not made up text messages. You probably want to see the date here and see the time sliding. Hold on. We did not make up these messages. Okay. Iron sharpens iron. It's not a dominance partnership. Each hand washes the other. It is what Christ talked about as true partnership, reliant yet separate. none other dominant. Of course, there is struggle, disagreement, but each side gets stronger and sharper because of the other. This is us describing our partnership. These are just real. Like, what an absolute nonsense to think that I would make up text messages. Like, it's just such a nonsense. I don't even know what would be the point of that. What would be the point of that? Okay. I was very clear at the beginning of this entire thing, no fakeness and no gayness. You know, I ask that if you didn't get along with Charlie, you don't think that you can just drop $1 million and then rewrite history. Okay. You might have money. We have truth. That's what's on our side. Also, to build upon that, I saw a clip of Ali Stuckey, who I very much like. I've been clear about that. I very much like Ali Stuckey. I'm very surprised she's working with Alyssa Cordova, but she's also in very rare form. I don't know what's driving that. And she kind of, I guess, I don't know when this live was taken.
All right. Well, it seems like there's a big nothing there, because that was the accusation of the fake text. Okay. God damn it. She got me again. God damn it. Whoa, what is this? Yo, check this out. Who's that guy? Who the heck is Pep Talks? And why is it my members only one is the one that it's just like, hey. Yeah, that's the one we will promote, so you guys get a little bit curious about what's behind that paywall. It's mostly the streams where, yeah. Actually, the first vertical stream will likely be a members-only stream. So, just a heads up. Alrighty. Father and son killed in jewelry store robbery in Little Village. Oh, shit. That sucks. Nope, I'm not. Jank lays into Democratic leadership for failure. Yeah, we know. Ooh.
This is crazy.
Ooh, even Philip DeFranco's mad. Here. You don't usually get to see Philly D like go pretty much like full lefty, so.
Democrats and an independent just torpedoed everything. They just gave in without getting the one thing they've been demanding for the past 40 days. And well, I'm actually going to be talking about 9 members of the Democratic caucus. I'm talking about these 8 because that's the exact number that Republicans ended up needing to break up the filibuster. And that because there was actually a Republican holdout, Rand Paul. The main thing, they get the 60 votes. They vote on a package that includes a stopgap.
Rand Paul somehow has more fucking balls than you? Jesus Christ.
Funding bill that'll reopen the government through January 30th.
Yeah,
Also,
Durbin,
the package includes several bills to fund some
God.
government operations for the entire fiscal year, which is through September 2026, including agricultural programs, military construction, and Veterans Affairs. Also, one of the most notable things is going to include a full year of funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as food stamps. And the Senate deal would bring back federal employees fired during the shutdown and guarantee pay to those who either worked without pay or were furloughed, which is something that is normally provided, but also something that Trump threatened to withhold. But also, a huge thing is that what's missing is an extension of the enhanced tax credits that millions of Americans rely on to lower costs for health insurance purchased through the Affordable Care Act. Right? Instead, this deal, it just sets a date for a vote on extending ACA subsidies to take place in December.
Glad he's covering
So there
this.
is no guarantee whatsoever that this will clear the Senate, let alone the House. And so immediately you saw a big,
so many Normans that watch him.
Big backlash inside of the Democratic Party with, for example, people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying, people want us to hold the line for a reason. This is not a matter of appealing to a base. It's about people's lives. Working people want leaders whose word means something, with many House Dems reportedly talking about supporting primary challengers to their colleagues in the Senate. And on that note, you had Representative Ro Khanna going after Chuck Schumer, even though Schumer wasn't among those who voted for the deal, saying Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? And that, as you had Bernie Sanders criticizing the move not only from a policy perspective, but from a political one. We're saying that this is the exact opposite of what Dems should have taken away from their domination on Election Day last week.
And what the election showed is that the American people want us to stand up to Trumpism, to his war against working class people, to his authoritarianism. That is what the American people wanted, but tonight, that is not what happened. So we've got to go forward, do the best that we can to try to protect working class people, to make sure that the United States not only does not throw people off of health care, but ends the absurdity of being the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. We got a lot of work to do. But to be honest with you, tonight was not a good night.
And Bernie definitely wasn't alone in arguing this point of view, especially as most voters, they blame Trump and Republicans for the shutdown. With these 8, they caved just hours after Donald Trump was viciously booed at a Commanders game. Though again, outside of those 8, not all Dems are unified in being against this. Or you had Abigail Spanberger, who just won her election last week, Virginia's new governor-elect, backing the deal. And then with that, one of the state senators, Tim Kaine, who was among those who voted for the deal, argued that this move, it's actually the best chance to get the ACA subsidies extended, saying lawmakers know their constituents expect them to vote for it, and if they don't, they could very well be replaced at the ballot box by someone who will. And a thing to keep in mind there is that Virginia is home to thousands of federal workers. You also had Jackie Rosen of Nevada, right, another senator who voted for the deal, essentially arguing that it just wasn't worth trying to outlast Republicans because they were more willing to let Americans suffer. Saying, unfortunately, it's become clear as we go deeper into the...
My friend's parents are on Social Security and food stamps, but are stupid racist assholes that fall for every Fox News talking point.
Second month of this Republican government shutdown, that President Trump and Washington Republicans are weaponizing their power in alarming ways to inflict unimaginable pain and suffering on working people. Trump and his Republican cronies on Capitol Hill do...
I just know a bunch of independents that are totally sick of like the Republican bullshit and just Trump lying all the time about like the economy being good.
Do not give a damn about hurting.
That's not helping him at all, by the way.
Working people and their conduct.
He really thinks Americans are that stupid. That's going to be his unfortunate oversight.
Over the last month has been nothing short of appalling. Now, all that said, technically, as I'm recording this, not everything is set in stone, but it could take days for a final bill to move through the Senate and the House, which has been out of session since the 19th of September. They'd need to come back to Washington to vote as well, with likely almost every Republican needed to get it passed. And there, while they may ultimately not get much to say in the matter, you had Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries vowing Democrats would fight against it and adding, Donald Trump and the Republican Party own the toxic mess they have created. But then also with this, I'll say, in the meantime, while that's playing out, the effects of the shutdown, they're only going to continue to be felt. And I mean, not only in the time it takes to get this passed, but also it'll be felt even after it ends in some places. Right, one example, U.S. Airlines just canceled more than 2,000 flights yesterday for the first time since the shutdown began, and there were more than 7,000 flight delays, according to FlightAware. But then also, you've had officials saying that the country's long-time shortage of air traffic controllers, it may only end up getting worse after all of this ends. You have people like Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that some have been speeding up their retirements lately, saying up to 15 or 20 a day are retiring. And then another example is, the more than 42 million Americans who rely on food stamps. They've been helpless as the Trump administration has fought tooth and nail not to give them the aid they've qualified for. It's been a whole thing. The White House first refused to tap contingency funding to keep that coming through November. Then two federal judges.
Yeah, but somehow, some way,
judges ruled that
they're going to still blame the Democrats that just fucking capitulated. Like, this is where everybody should be just appalled by the fact that Chuck Schumer and those 8 were just like, yeah, but our friends were getting mad at us and we kind of care about them.
Administration had to make use of that money.
Well, Dick Durbin said that.
The administration announced it would only partially fund the program for November. Then you had a judge coming back and saying they should dole out the full benefits, but then the Supreme Court stayed the order so an appeals court could weigh in. Right, and then over the weekend, you had the Trump administration taking the opportunity to tell states to stop issuing full benefits and even undo distributions that had already been made. So then the appeals court quickly weighed in and said that Trump must give out the full benefits. Right, and well, that it may be a win. All this back and forth, it means that food aid has already been delayed for tens of millions of Americans, some having only received a fraction of the help that they usually get, and others just still waiting. We're just unsure if their payments will ever arrive. And so ultimately, while the potential end of the shutdown, it is sorely needed in many ways, we are going to see continued impacts. And there's also this question about the consequences of these Democrats rolling over. There are going to be impacts that are still felt. It's just a question of what, when, how. And there's also the question about what the consequences will be politically, both for Democrats and Republicans. And so with that said, that is the news. In this part, this is my opinion. I'm open to the possibility that December comes, things play out a certain way, and I realize, oh shit, I was actually being short-sighted. But for right now, it feels like what these 8 did, though I really think it's probably more, what they did was pathetic. It was cowardice, and it's going to blow up in their face. And I say that possibly more people were involved because these 8, they have something in common. They are not facing their voters in 26. 2 are retiring, 3 are up for re-election in 28, and 3 are up for re-election in 30. Yeah, it makes me, pocket that little 5 to 10 minute rant video and focus on Chuck Schumer instead. Because Chuck, I think you think you're being smooth with it. But Chuck, I'm seeing more people than ever thinking you are a weak, mealy-mouthed weasel. Right, and with that, I'll say, I knew that you weren't built for this moment, but holy shit, it's almost impressive how useless you are. Like, it's no secret. You are up for re-election in 26, and it really looks like you're trying to save face with this no vote, but it appears that everyone's seeing right through you. But also, even if you're not being sneaky, it's not a great look, because you've either helped orchestrate the situation, have these 8 kind of take the hit, hope that it doesn't really affect them in the future.
I appreciate
being
this.
sneaky, or these 8 just ignored you and so you're just ineffective, and neither of those situations inspire confidence, right? Whoever headed either situation shouldn't lead. Like, your one qualifier is, I guess you put the L in leader, but hey, again, I could be right, I could be wrong.
Nice.
I guess we'll see in December. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts. What are your opinions, reactions? What are your takes here? Right, but then actually another thing that we can talk about connected to this is with, the shutdown wrapping up, some argue that this means that we could get the ball rolling on another issue. Swearing in Adalita Grijalva and releasing the Epstein files. Right, because after 6 weeks in limbo, we saw reports this morning that Speaker Mike Johnson planned to swear in Grijalva before the government funding vote. Right, and we've talked about this a bit. She won a special election back in September to represent Arizona in the House, but Johnson, he's come up with excuse after excuse as to why she couldn't be sworn in. Though very few actually believed those excuses and saw this as him really trying to drag his feet. Right, not wanting the House to vote on a measure to release the Epstein files because her vote would have put the thing over the top. And so now with her swearing in seemingly around the corner, the Epstein situation is opening back up. And the timing here, it is very significant because we also just learned that Ghislaine Maxwell is reportedly seeking a commutation from Trump, with Representative Jamie Raskin sending a letter to Trump claiming that the House Judiciary Committee received new information and documents from a whistleblower. And those documents indicate that Maxwell is, quote, working on filing a commutation application with your administration, demonstrating either that Miss Maxwell is herself requesting you release her from her 20-year prison sentence for her role as a
Dude, I mean, if he does that, then I'm sorry, man. I know that, like, all of us kind of think that there's nothing that Trump can do to get his people to turn on him. I know enough people that already think that's disgusting the way that he talks about Ghislaine Maxwell and even toyed with that kind of shit. He does that, he will, like, guarantee a sweep in 26. We're talking too big to rig, fucking blue wave. All these Republicans will sit out because of that shit. So, I mean, if he really wants to play that game and let a literal sex trafficker out, okay. I don't have to say allegedly for that one.
in Jeffrey Epstein's international child sex trafficking ring, or that this child sex predator,
fucking dude, I can't believe we're actually talking about that,
now holds such tremendous sway in the second Trump administration that you and your DOJ will follow her clemency recommendations. And this is, according to the whistleblower, Maxwell is getting preferential treatment at the minimum security prison that she just happened to be transferred to over the summer, not long after meeting with Deputy AG Todd Blanche. With the letter saying that the staff at federal prison Camp Bryan have been waiting on her hand and foot. She reportedly had customized meals delivered to her cell, gotten private meetings with guests who were allowed to bring computers, enabling her to contact the outside world, and she got to fucking play with a puppy? I mean, it's also damn ridiculous. In fact, one of the top officials at the prison has apparently even complained that he is, quote, sick of having to be Maxwell's bitch. And this is, there have been reports where they got emails where she said she was much happier at this facility and writing, I feel like I have dropped through Alice in Wonderland's looking glass. Right? And then also in this letter to Trump, you had Raskin writing, you should not grant any form of clemency to this convicted and unrepentant sex offender. Your administration should not be providing her with room service, with puppies to play with federal law enforcement officials waiting on her every need, or with any special treatment or institutional privilege at all. With Raskin demanding that Trump make AG Blanche available for a public hearing to address these allegations, and also asking that Trump answer a handful of questions like, has he discussed a commutation with Maxwell or anyone in his administration? Did he direct anyone to give Maxwell preferential treatment? And what have Maxwell's attorneys and associates promised him? Right? And this is also not the only recent effort for transparency on this case that we've seen from lawmakers. Right? Just last week, they requested an interview with ex-Prince Andrew, who lost his royal titles over Epstein allegations. A letter saying that the House Oversight Committee is seeking to uncover the identities of Mr. Epstein's co-conspirators and enablers. But there, I'd say, while it's worth noting that Congress does have subpoena powers, because Andrew is a foreign national, he could just ignore the summons. But for now, we'll have to see what happens next with Adalita Grijalva, with the Epstein petition, and also with this potential commutation. And then there's more.
I'm so glad that Phil's not forgetting about this shit. Trump pardons Rudy Giuliani. Yeah, I knew about that. Oh, boy. Oh, hey. 420. Hell yeah. Cheers. All right. Oh. It sucks. I really hope I'm able to get this figured out by tomorrow. I mean, again, very worst case, I guess I can just do this, which this wasn't a complete failure. It just sucks that I wasn't able to do my normal dual stream with Twitch. And yeah. All for something that I wasn't too keen on. Who she to them? Wilson Fisk's wife, Vanessa. I mean, for real. It feels so weird that they all do this. Like, I don't know, man. She might win. She actually might get out. And then, yeah. I don't know, man. It really does seem like enough people just don't care. And they'd rather troll the libs or whatever the fuck. And if that means just looking the other way with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, then fine. But I like to think that there are enough people on Donald Trump's side there that would be very upset by that. So who knows? We'll see when it happens, I guess. Shit. Ugh. Let's do something fun before I end stream. So, ooh, actually, I didn't play it on here. Oh, cool. Yeah. So I'm gonna do Kirk's song to close up shop, but we got a few minutes until then. Which, if you have not heard Kirk's new song at the beginning of the last stream, not this stream, then I highly recommend sticking around for it because it's good. He really outdid himself.
Country. They need to come to this country legally. They don't get a fucking free ride. You don't get to come in my house and take all my shit and don't fucking work for nothing. Fuck those illegals. Fuck them.
Oh,
Fuck
so
all
she
of them, because
sucks.
most of them are fucking serious criminals. Serious criminals. Fucking murderers, rapists, gang leaders, all sorts of shit, dude. They don't fucking have any right in our country.
Is this Tommy's
Not a
wife
single
finally
right in
coming
our
out?
country. They can fucking fuck off. If you think they deserve freedom, fuck that shit. You don't know shit, dude. You don't know what the fuck is up. What? My leader's a criminal.
What?
Oh, what? You think Trump's a rapist? Oh, I've heard that one. Show me where he's been convicted. Show me where he's been convicted.
You dummy. He actually was, though.
You're fucking retarded.
Oh, these people.
Donald Trump is
What
not
up,
our
Hermit?
king, retard. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Donald
That is a
Trump is not a
beat-up
fucking
megaphone.
king. Get that through your fucking head. He's the president of the United States, retard. He can fucking make orders like that.
Wow. She's a special lady. That's a real winner right there. Gotta say. Her arguments sound very, nothing can be done about that, guys. I don't know what to do with such an intellect. Just got a new bag. Oh, really? Hell yeah. Are you talking like backpacks, knapsacks, crossbody? What kind of bag did you get? Or are we talking another type of bag? That was actually kind of what it was. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you cleared that one up. Awesome. That guy in a Planet of the Apes mask? Wait, what is going on here? The fuck? I'm done. I'm done with this. Nobody needs to hear that shit. Who cares? All right. So I'm gonna try and work out the King's first stream tomorrow. Hopefully I'm on before 8 o'clock, but worst case, it looks like that might be the time that I'll be able to hop on. But you know what? Lord be willing, I'll be able to reset everything and just go on at my normal time. I will definitely be on my normal time at on this space. If you guys have not already followed over on this space, I would really appreciate it if you guys did. It is a worker collaborative where we are a bunch of working class streamers that all do leftist content of different sorts. So, it's one stream leads right into the next. One show leads right into the next, all the way until about 10 o'clock Eastern. Like I said, we have a bunch of awesome talent over there, so definitely give it a follow, and you will see my exclusive show, Pepaganda, which I have been told how much they appreciate that, so that was awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to head on out. I'm going to close the show with Kirk's new song. I hope you guys stick around to hear it because, like I said, it is fire. Okay, why is that not working? There we go. Alrighty, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace. Oh.
Thought a bitch would never cross me. I told a bitch to never for me. I wouldn't ever wanna be you. Now this ain't something you can redo. I caught a chick from California. I sent a message, try to warn you. You wanna fuck around with my head? That type of shit gon' get you ending up dead. The little homie in me naive, wouldn't see it coming, but the homie would've blind me. A chance to save myself from bitches ever tryna hurt me. Keep lying to myself and tell her, oh, she don't deserve me. Dying just to be with you. Never thought you would believe me too. You out of pocket, bitch, I came unglued. I went and shot up everyone I knew. It's not like me to be sorry, I ain't on no tough shit. I know I really messed up when I ran out of them bullets. You told me I was okay, I'm falling out of always. I can't believe you ended up with him out from the old days. I see you in my dreams now, a flicker of the scene now. You laying on the bed with boy, letting all the steam out. I keep it all 100, you left me with no option. Now you and him gon' be together, buried in a car. Thought a bitch would never cross me. I told a bitch to never for me. I wouldn't ever wanna be you. Yo. Now this ain't something you can redo. Yo. I caught a chick from California. I sent a message, try to warn you. You wanna fuck around with my head? That type of shit gon' get you ending up dead. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. I thought you was right at that baby, but I was just renting your body. You kept all this shit from me wide open. Like what if it worked, what do I know? I'm cool, got me spun like a spiral. It felt like you electrically. Bad times, you just made me who I am. Bad times gave my heart to you. Not much to say to you after what you would do. Help me forget about you. Taking a pill or two. Set my heart on fire. You was the one that I admire. Hey, now I'm back at my crib trying to get so high. Think about all the things that you did last night. Taking all these pillies at the same damn time. You left me on the curb, you don't pay no mind. Thinking what if it was you, would you even cry? And now I'm pouring back a bottle till my brain gon' die. Thought a bitch would never cross me. Ay, I told a bitch to never for me. Ay, I wouldn't ever wanna be you. Ay, now this ain't something you could redo. Ay, I caught a chick from California. I sent a message, try to warn you. You wanna fuck around with my head? That type of shit gon' get you ending up dead.
the heck is pep talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu.
I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is pep talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.